right, welcome back to part 2 of our marathon live stream here today. YouTube was giving us some issues, so we got the stream at just over 12 hours and we are live again. We're out here at the beautiful Pishkun Reservoir, north central Montana. It's about 19 miles outside of Choteau, Montana, somewhere around 900 acres or so. It's a fairly small irrigation reservoir. Target species for today are northern pike, kokanee salmon, rainbow trout, and yellow perch. We have streamed already for 12 hours today. We just restarted the stream because YouTube was crapping out on us. Welcome those joining. Appreciate you stopping back in. Our catch count, we've caught 8 northern pike so far. We've lost about 5 or 6. We have not yet caught a rainbow, a kokanee, or a perch, which is usually the problem here. The pike bite, nothing else wants to. But we're having an absolute blast out here. I was first to leg, let's go. Welcome back, NFO, welcome back, Josie. All right. We are going to, I think we're gonna flip back around. I'm gonna take it off of the trolling, electric trolling motor. We're gonna bump our motor back on here. We're gonna flip back around and take another pass over here. Back in business. That's right, Robert, welcome back, welcome, welcome. Don't forget to double tap that screen. Hammy D, welcome back. Lake Erie Lee, my picture looks different, like it's a different format or something. What do you mean, Lake Erie Lee? Are you on YouTube Shorts? Yeah, not displaying as shorts. It should be. Ryan Hahn, welcome back to the stream. How you doing, my friend? This is part 2 of our marathon stream here today. We have landed 8 pike so far. We're looking for them again. We lost the pike. We lost the pike bite. It's been 2 hours since we've caught a pike. Maybe it's my phone. Let me back out and come back. Take a screenshot of it too. I'd like to see what you're seeing. I'm interested. Oh, here we go. We haven't seen this in a while. Here's some good fish on bottom. 25, 30. Interesting. Bite fell off fast as it came. It did, Ted. On and then off like a faucet. Are you live? Yeah, we're live right now, Mr. Largemouth. Is this the live stream continue? Yes, we killed the first stream. We went past 12 hours. The stream started acting funky. It does that sometimes. So we are on a second stream right now for the last 4 or 5 hours that we fished tonight. I hate doing that, but YouTube gets really funky when you cross 12 hours. Sometimes it'll let you and it doesn't really give you much problem. It just cuts off the excess. Whatever happens after 12 hours doesn't make the encoded video. But some days it starts crapping out. The stream just gets really unstable. And today has been one of those days. Mother Nature flips the switch. Screenshot it, I'll post it to the community page. Okay, does it look different now that you've restarted, or are you still seeing it? Is it like a horizontal stream? Everybody else that's in chat right now, does the stream look normal, like a vertical stream, or is it funky? When me and my wife had our place in Wyndham, we went up there. in July and didn't get dark until 11. Mr. Largemouth, yeah, later in the season here, it stays light so late. It's like just odd. It feels weird. You're like, what time is it? All right, we need another dew. Same as it was, looks fine to me. Normal. Gotta be my phone then, my bad. Okay, I'm curious to see what you're seeing though, Lake Erie Lee. Aloha, brother. What's up, 808 Hawaiian? Welcome. How long you been out? We just passed 12 hours. We've been out here since 6 a.m. So the boat's been a little bit slow, but there has been a bite. We've caught some fish. We didn't get completely shafted like we did the last time we were out here. So the pike bite here at Pishkun is on. It's on, then it's on, off, then it's on, then it's off, but it at least turns on. Oh, that hits the spot. Looks perfect. Yeah, it's beautiful out here. The blue sky is killing our bite a little bit. As soon as the sky got completely covered with clouds earlier today, the bite just instantly turned on. And it seems like as soon as there was a blue spot in the sky that came back, the bite turned back off again. So good weather for us. I'm actually drying out. All of our gear still isn't dry. We got torrential downpour on us for about an hour earlier today, and then it sprinkled on us for another hour. So it feels nice. But yeah, the bite is right now. We're waiting for it to turn back on. You got them poles tethered? Yes and no. Good call, good call. All right, we're gonna run one pattern through here with this dives too. If we don't get bit on that, I'm gonna switch back to one of our dredgers. Just caught my PB smallmouth off my jet ski of all things. Jet ski, y'all are a different bunch. I've seen some people rig out jet skis just redonkulous. Sorry, 12 hours of talking. I collect some odd shit in the back of my throat sometimes. Good times. But welcome back, everybody. We're streaming from north central Montana out here today. This is part 2 of our marathon stream today. Thanks for joining back, y'all, that we're hanging out in the first part of the stream. We've been live for a little over 12 hours today. We've put 8 fish in the boat, north 18 inches to right around 24 inches. We've lost about 5 or 6. One of them was sizable. It hurts me a little inside to think about it. We have not yet managed to pull any kokanee or rainbow out. No perch have been biting as of yet on what we've been trolling. We've mainly been targeting pike today, though. We do right now have one rod in the water, 16-foot Rapala Dives 2. And on the other pole, we're running our lake troll, hammered brass baby cowbell, and a green worm harness rig. Neither of them are being bit right now, but I honestly don't think it's the bait's fault. It's the fish are just changing. When the sun comes out, they stop. When the sun goes away, they start again. It's like a very long, drawn-out version of red light, green light. But we're over about 25 to 30 foot water or bottom right now. So slightly deeper than what we were catching at earlier. But I, again, suspect that with this sun out that the fish are moving a little bit deeper to get out of the sunlight. So we will run a pass through here at a little bit deeper and see if we can hook up. But the bite was excellent earlier. Almost all of our catches today have been from double ups. Mine's set up for fishing. That's interesting, Steven. I like jet skis that don't run. They make jet skis specifically for fishing too. Ewas, yeah. So there was one time I was at Pishkun. There were a couple of people, and that's all I could describe it as, is like a fishing jet ski. They were long, more like a sled, wider than a normal jet ski, but it was basically a jet ski, and they were quite large. I want to say maybe 10, maybe 12 foot long, and probably a solid 36 inches, maybe even wider. And they were out here. I was getting beat up by the wind, and they looked much more comfortable on their jet skis than I did in my boat, which kind of blew my mind. A Sea-Doo Fish Pro. Okay, that sounds vaguely familiar. Rod holders, live well, and such. How far are you from your house? Steven, it's only about 55 miles, but 25 of those miles are dirt, muddy, ruddy, bumpy road. So it takes me like an hour and 20 minutes or so to drive it. I hate dirt roads so much, but I love fishing out here, so I do it. This is one of my most fished water bodies these past few years. I absolutely love fishing out here, so I gripe about it every damn time, but I drive it every time again. But how y'all doing today? Anybody going out fishing this weekend? How many of y'all are gonna show up if I do a 4th of July marathon stream? That's what I want to know. I am contemplating doing a marathon on July 4th. See if maybe the Mia and the kiddo want to come out at least for part of it. Again, all depends on weather, and I have no idea what the weather's going to be a week from today. Hell, half the time I don't know what it's going to be in an hour from right now, so. What kind of fish? The fox, we've caught 8 northern pike so far. We also are targeting kokanee salmon and rainbow trout. So we have 1 deep diving crankbait out and a lake troll and a worm harness rig basically on the other line. 5 service from Willow Creek, I'm in. Oh, nice, you gonna be at Willow Creek? That could be a fun spot to fish from. Willow Creek gets shit when the wind is blowing from the north, though. I could not believe, though, that one of the first, I think the first stream we tried this year was Willow Creek. And I didn't even get my boat in the water, and we were already taking it on water. I backed my boat down the ramp and didn't even get it deep enough to unhook it. And I looked in my side mirror, and I was like, those waves are looking gnarly. I parked my truck, got out of it, went back, and the waves were sloshing over the back of my boat into my boat. I'm like, fuck that, man. We're done. We drove home. I drained the water on the way, and I think we went to Holter or Hauser. And yeah, wind from the north there. It wasn't even that bad a wind. It was just wrong direction. Howdy there, Rod. How's it going? Hey, Mr. V, welcome, welcome. We've got eight northern pike so far today. We're doing moderately well. It's not a crazy day on the water, but the pike are biting. We've caught some fish. We had 1 absolute hog on the line for a brief moment. So we've got a little taste of the good. We did not get it in the boat. It was only on there for a few cranks, but we got, Pishkun reminded me that there are some fat pike that are lurking in here, so. That's what brings me back to this place, time and time again. Worked 6 hours OT, then fished 3.5 hours, went to Costco, I'm done. Stick a fork in me. That's a long day. At least you got some fishing in there. What'd you catch? it happens there. Yeah, I haven't fished Willow Creek that often, and most of the fishing all of the fishing I've done there in previous years has been from the bank. So I've never really experienced how bad it could be there with a north wind, and it's bad. Going to the lake on the 4th of July, absolutely blow the lake up every year. Heck yeah, Jimmy. I might be going back to Northwestern Territory, NWT. Yeah, I don't have any solid plans yet, but that's just what I've been kicking around. That's a week from today. I think 4th of July is next Saturday. Saturday streams tend to be moderately well. There's a good number of people that are online, and especially holidays. It seems like my holiday streams generally garner quite a bit of visitors. A lot of people are chilling at home, enjoying their holiday. And what better to enjoy it than hang out with, want to see my rod and the rod squad here fishing, marathon fishing for some toothy bastards. I'm down. Y'all down? £36 lake trout. That is a hog. Man, my shoulder hurts just thinking about reeling that fat bastard in. That would be a fight. Lake trout are a powerful fish, especially when they get big. Where did you say you were thinking of fishing for the 4th? I missed it. I'm not sure yet. Again, the further along the season goes, the better this water body usually gets. A pike action for the 4th would be fun. I'm also thinking maybe Francis, maybe Tiber. We could also always do Holter. The Kokanee bite, from what I understand there, has been really turning on. And we've caught a few Kokanee from Holter so far this year, but I want to go out there and just smack the shit out of Kokanee one of these days. We need a limit on Kokanee. I want a live stream at Holter where I catch 5 solid Kokanee. Not that I want to bring 5 Kokanee home. But I'd really like to dial up the Kokanee game here. Ackley is an option too. Ackley could be fun. 4th of July tiger muskie stream could be the shit. What time is it? 6:20. We're gonna give it 10 more minutes. If we don't catch something in the next 10 minutes, we're gonna swap out probably the DT here. And I don't know if we're gonna put one of our Berkeley dredgers back on. I'm kind of thinking we should throw Mr. Squiddy Pants back down here and see if Hogzilla wants to come out and play. Lake Ontario, wish you could hear her when I tune in. Mitch, you poor guy. Get some headphones, man. You're suffering needlessly over there. She don't need to know. She don't need to know, Mitch, baby. Standard rock out on Superior. Oh God, Ackley tiger muskie action would be fun. We've missed, I think, the good tiger muskie bite. I honestly don't know how many of the fat muskies are left in that. There's got to be a handful at least. I did check up. The summer derby, fishing derby at Ackley was a couple of weeks ago, a few weeks ago. There were 0 tiger muskie caught for it. There was a bunch of rainbows, I think 1 or 2 brown trout, but nobody caught a muskie this year in the derby. And usually every year, at least 1 is caught. But I'm always down for some tiger muskie action. Squid lure, similar to UK lures, takes a lot of big fish. Jordan, yeah, so it was a gift from one of our mods, SoCal Outdoors. It's a saltwater lure. I think he posted or was going to post on my community page a link and the name of it so I could look it up. The package that he sent me was just nondescript, it didn't have a name on it. I figured it was some generic Amazon or Temu lure. But they have a really nice action to them. And honestly, with pike and muskie, the more redonkulous and obnoxious shit is, oftentimes the better chance you have of pulling in just those big fish. They've seen everything under the sun, usually, that people fish with for them around here. So stuff like this, it's a saltwater lure. There ain't a fish in a 100-mile radius of probably a 300-mile radius around here that's ever seen one of these. So oddball stuff like this can sometimes, not always, but can sometimes really bring out some interesting bites. Great movement in the water. Yeah, a really nice fluid wobble to it, and it does have some erraticness to it. Every once in a while it'll hop one way or the other. It's hollow inside. It takes on water, and that water like amplifies. There's like a mirror. I don't know how it comes up on the camera. It's got different colors in there that are almost like a shimmery red and blue and yellow. So while it's moving through the water, it's also got just a interesting glare that it puts off. Kind of like you get a flash from a spoon or the lake trolls. I live on Lake Ontario. It's amazing lake trout fishing. You kind of fish in the same way. Superior, go way out and look for main lake humps and start on the top of the hump with tube jigs. You just park yourself over the titties under the sea and jig for them, huh? Sounds like a plan, Stan. Sign me up. I think the weather might be bypassing us, but I can't tell. We might get hit with the edge of it. 35 thumbs up, let's go. I here on Want to See My Rods Marathon Stream Part 2 for today. We're a little over 12 hours of streaming today. We've put 8 decent northern pike in the boat so far. And then we put them back in the water because we didn't keep them. If we do catch one within an hour or so of our planned leaving the water body today, I probably will keep one. Fresh pike does sound real tasty. We've lost 5 or 6. We lost one really big one, but it's been a good day out on the water. We've struggled here earlier this year with bites. There just has not been a great bite so far this year. Today's the first day that we've been here that I can say the pike are on. We haven't been on the pike all day, but the pike are on. So you just got to find them, the depth that they're feeding at, which section of the lake is active. And dial in your presentation. It did take us a few hours this morning before I caught our first one, but then number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 were fairly quick to follow. We had a bit of a dead period while we got rained on and soggy and cold. And then it stopped raining and the bite turned back on for another hour, and we got number 6, 7, and 8. And then the sun came back out and screwed up our party. And we've been struggle bussing it ever since. Back to not knowing how to catch fish again, apparently. But we'll keep at it. We're gonna keep switching our lures up. We'll change depth a couple of times. Right about now is usually when the bite starts to pick back up. The sun's a little bit high in the sky, maybe 7 o'clock. Half hour or so, I think we'll be in a little bit better shape. But this is not abnormal for this water body. Every time I fish here, it's on, off, on, off. You get just periods of bite, and then it just, either you lose the fish or they stop biting. I feel like it's coming soon. We're gonna give her a few yanks here. Make sure we didn't pick up a bunch of crap on there. Doesn't feel like it. Crankbait feels good. Our lake troll feels good. also, so we're gonna, that's a couple of changes we're gonna make. In 10 minutes or so, I am going to reel in our dive stew, and I'm gonna switch it back out. We're gonna run our squiddy here. We are then going to put it out, and I'm gonna use our planer board. And then we're gonna put our, no, I should do it the other way. No, yeah, we're gonna do planer board on our outside rod. I'm gonna move both rods back over to this side so you guys can see what's going on. Right now we have one off screen. It got too cold earlier for me to pinch the damn clips on the planer board. My fingers wouldn't work. But now that my fingers work, we'll move everything back over. How long ago was the most recent fish? It's been, Logan, a couple hours. As soon as the sun came back out from behind the clouds, the bite just shut off. So it's been at least 2 hours since we've caught anything. No, JB Joe, neither Little Jimmy or Tiny Tim, whatever the hell we're gonna call the second one. We didn't get any bites off of those. Not today. Lake Erie Lee, you can type .email or I think I have .social or .socials. Try .socials. Sunset bite should be good. We'll see. I hope so. We do usually get a fairly decent night bite here in the past when I've fished this water body. But it seems like a lot of today, the on-off switch has been related to our clouds. As soon as the sun pokes out, we stop catching fish. As soon as it gets covered by clouds, we start catching them again. This damn rain looks like it's coming straight for us, though, over here. I don't know if you guys can tell. We got some over there in the corner, you can kind of see it, but these dark clouds, I think those are moving our way. Not very quickly, but what's behind them is dumping. So unless the wind direction changes, we might get soggy again. Too cold, not live, fake news. That's right, Joshua. AI and green screen. Can you show me the northern pike that you caught? Because I just got into the stream. Montana bass fishing. We have not kept any yet today. Hang out for a little bit. I suspect the bite will probably be picking up here in the next half hour or so. But we've thrown the 8 that we've caught today, we put back. I normally try not to keep any during the stream until like the last hour or so. I don't like leaving them in my cooler all day, getting everything in there slimy. I still have a couple of water bottles in there, a couple of Mountain Dews. And I don't have a designated fish cooler currently. I really should get one, honestly. It's pouring down. Yeah, it looks nasty over there. I just, for the water's so calm right now, I can't tell which way the wind is blowing. I think it's shifting. I think it's blowing like north by northwest, which will bring at least some of this over us. We'll see. It's a lovely view. It is pretty. The Continental Divide, the Rocky Mountains back there, absolutely gorgeous. All right, we're gonna turn back around and go the other way. Give me a second to flip us around, and then we're gonna swap out one of our lures. Hopefully it'd be a case of what happens in the mountain stays in. That's what I'm talking about, Jimmy. Getting soggy isn't fun because the wind always comes with the soggy, and then I just get cold. What are you fishing for, brother? Northern pike, kokanee salmon, rainbow trout. We're at Noxon. I caught a 7-pound pike on top water. I felt like I was catfishing because you got to hold onto the fishing pole very tightly and then take line, you know. That's fun. That's a fun way to fish for them. Do you have a padded seat? No, it's more like a lawn chair. It's got like a webbing, a mesh on it. But I have a bony ass, so after a while it does get kind of rough. Oftentimes you'll see me, I sit on my foot or something. Sometimes I'll grab my throwable. It gets a little uncomfortable, especially after 12 plus hours. Put on the trailer, bro. You're almost 12 hours. Yeah, we already exceeded 12 hours. This is part 2 of our stream. Put on the, you're telling me to go home. No, we're not done yet. I'm a gambling man. I think we could put a few more fish in the boat. Oops. All right. We are. Oop. All right, we're back on our troll. I'm gonna swap out one lure here. Let's get our squid back on. All right, I'll be right back. Gotta check the water levels here, be right. Alrighty, we are back. Let's get this lure swapped out here. We're gonna throw our squid on. No love for the two. We're going with the SoCal Special, the sea squid. All right, we're out 75 foot. I'm gonna throw our planer board on just to get it away from the boat so we can roll both lines on the same side. All right. All right, trolling motor, what are you doing, bro? And it's just spooling out right now. All right. So we're lure out 75 foot of line, board clipped on, and then 100 foot out. So we're 170 foot on our down line. We're out 2.5 colors. And that's got our lake troll on it. So now we have both rigs on the same side of the boat. Welcome back, Trip. We've had 8 northern pike so far. We've lost 5 or 6. We're on the prowl. We're trying to find the fish again. How do we? I'm gonna bump our speed up. 2.2 miles an hour, 2.3 miles an hour. Which is a little fast for our lake troll here. All right, we should be back on the fish anytime now. What does the board do? So the purpose of the board is typically just to get your rig away from the boat. So you can see that this pole right now, the line is basically 50 to 100 feet away from the boat, whereas the line in the back is basically straight down and following the boat. So it helps when you're turning back and forth to make sure your lines don't cross and get tangled up. That allows me to run more than one rod. So if we wanted to run a third rod, typically you would, your height of the rod goes up and up the further up the boat it goes, and your rigging gets further and further away from the boat, so you stagger them. So like this one would be 100 foot out. The next one you might do 150 foot out. The next one you might do 200 foot out. So 50 foot in between each of them. And then the planer board keeps it tracking in a much more predictable path. So as you turn, it keeps that, because you've got 50 foot more line out for every rod that's out, it keeps them spaced evenly. You can, though, use them for other things. Like sometimes people will set them out to force super shallow troll. So you may have a lure that you want to troll at 3 to 5 foot. You can let out 5 to 10 foot of line and then clip on your planer board, and it physically can't get down any further. So you can use it as kind of like a leash for your lure as well. But our purpose today is not for that. It's primarily just to separate these two rods. And it allows me to run both rods on the same side of the boat and you guys can see them rather than having one bonus rod that's just off the screen all the time. Got some largemouth today. Nice, Brewski. Congrats. Thank you. I trim with 3, but I need to learn to do more. Just helped me so much. You have no idea. Way better watching both rods. Yeah, it gives you guys a little bit more action to look at. And it's fine when the water's calm like this. It just, you guys saw when it starts getting choppy, the planer board makes the damn board jump or the rod jump, and everybody and their brother thinks it's a fish on. So you spend the whole time explaining that it's not a fish, it's just the board, which we basically do anyway with trolling. For the people who aren't familiar, we're getting some action on our, no, that's just our lake troll. .2.1, all right, so hate missing the bite, let alone the whole fight. Jimmy, I got big boards, Amish boards, you can put out 10, even 12 rods off one planer board. Jimmy, so I've heard people describe, I've never seen what you're actually talking about. I'll have to look that up. I mean, so it's usually just me, myself, and I, so the planer boards usually aren't even necessary because I'm only allowed to have 2 poles out. One on each side of the boat is, you know, you're good to go. Usually they don't cross. But for stream purposes, being as we're on a vertical plane here and I can't see both of the poles when I got the camera stared, you know, down the center, it works good. It allows us to, you guys to see both rods. It's also a good demonstration for people who are trying to learn how to troll, that there are a lot of people don't even know these exist. You know, planer boards, dipsy divers, and there's dozens of different kinds of each of them, many different models. They all are for the same basic purpose, but there are some nuances, some differences in how you hook them up, how you rig them, how they behave. But I'd be curious to see one of those one board for multiple lines. That sounds interesting. Otter, they're around 20 inches long. Yeah, these are they're the offshore tackle, the large size ones that they make. And while I do from time to time see other types of boards people use around here in the Pacific Northwest, 9 times out of 10, I think in the Pacific Northwest, if you see somebody trolling, they're using the offshore tackle boards. That's just what they sell in a lot of the sporting goods stores around here. Can you guys see? I can't tell. My phone's dirty, my glasses are dirty, and I'm blind. Can you guys actually see the planer board out there in the water, or is it cut off? Big boards with the clips are nice. There's pros and cons to both. Basically, the one board you're on, sliding clips. When a fish hits, they release and the clip slides to the board. Okay. I have to check my page. You can see those boards I got. Yeah, we can see the board. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't curious if you guys could actually see it or not. Probably much easier to see with calm waters like this. When it was bouncing and choppy earlier, I didn't imagine you guys could see much of them. I've been watching on and off today. Have you looked up Speedy Shiners lures yet? They work great with the pip gear you're using. Speedy Shiners. I vaguely remember you telling me about them, Tony. I have not. Can't see it, but I'm blind. Ted, you're with me over here. Club can't see a damn thing. All right, the bite should be coming. I think the rain is also coming, but the bite should be coming. I should probably put some shit away. We have half of my tackle boxes are out on a bench here somewhere or other. Like, do you want to start running more boards on that side? The reality is this is such a tiny boat, and I have so very few friends that there's not likely going to be a day on this boat, at least, that I will have any more than one other fisherman on here. But I've seen dudes, I've never done it. And when I say I've seen, I've watched tons of videos of people over on bigger waters over on the East Coast, and they run 4 or 5 boards on each side. Yeah, it takes practice and understanding what you got to let out first, and different ways to cycle them, how you let it out without tangling shit. But they do pretty well. Pretty large setups that they do, and it's usually consists of 2 to 3 plus boards, a downrigger on each side. Oftentimes there's a lead core or 2 rod in there. Sometimes they'll run, a dipsy. They get really complicated freaking setups. I'm like, man, I just need 2 to 4 poles and I just need them not to tangle. We don't need anything fancy. You won't want that zigzag. Yeah, with that many boards, I would imagine that's probably a fair point. See, that's where instead of the contour follow, I can actually set up static waypoints that are much further apart, that you're not going to get so much of that back and forth. A lot of the zigzagging that you've been seeing, I'm fairly certain, and let me see if I can figure out how the hell to change that. They have a setting on this trolling motor. It's called boat scale. And the way that it describes it is your boat may be bigger or smaller than the size intended for the trolling motor. For larger boats, you may need to scale up the boat size setting. For smaller boats, you may need to scale down the boat size setting. And what it does is it controls the amount of power that's put to the head every time it tries to correct. So right now I'm on a much smaller boat than what this was designed for. I've ticked it down to like scale -2. And I think I need to bump it down to like scale -4, because it looks like what it's doing, a lot of that is it's trying to get from point A to point B to point C, but it starts pointing at point B and gets off track and tries to correct, and it overcorrects, and then it's like, oh shit, I went too far, and then it overcorrects the other way. So we're getting a lot of back and forth, and it's really the trolling motor trying to keep pointed at the point that's in front of it, but every time it tries to nudge it, it shoves it off the cliff. So let me find. Oh, where are we? Power settings, autopilot, boat scale. So I can see it on the trolling. It won't let me change it. I have to change it on either the trolling motor or my little handy dandy fob. God damn it. Why you gotta do me like that? All right. Boat has a deviation setting for autopilot, but my charts have magnetic offset course causes compass deviation. That could be too. I did, I went through the, oh, where's the setting? I went through the calibration or whatever when I first set it up, but I did set it up on my boat trailer, not in the water. I mean, it did say that metal nearby can fuck up the calibration, so that is a good point too. Oh, no. I turned, God damn it. Here comes the wind and the rain. God damn it. Down under drift. Where are you? Looks amazing. We are at Pishkun Reservoir in central Montana, north central Montana. We are after northern pike, rainbow trout, and kokanee salmon. And it is real pretty here. We're up in the foothills of the Rocky Mountain front, and you guys can see the rain coming in behind us. I'm hoping that passes. It's not looking super thick, but we are fairly close to that nasty cloud that's going over. Yo, appreciate the reply. No problem, Down Under. Yeah, we're out here. We marathon stream from central Montana here. We're after mainly northern pike out here today, but we have been trying for the last hour and a half or so to maybe get a trout bite or a kokanee bite. Nothing seems to be playing right now. What's the plan if rain hits? We'll be trolling back over towards the dock and getting soggy. The dock is maybe a mile or so north of us, kind of around this. There's a point right here, and then it goes into the main basin around it. We're, I don't know, it's a mile and a half maybe to the boat ramp from here. Hi from Prince Edward Island, Canada. What's up, Eric Glant? Welcome, welcome. Country boy said hi. Welcome, country boy. Bruce Lee, restart your mic. Thank you. All right, we are back. Kung Fu mode should be disabled. My mouth should now match my lips. And it's an audio drift issue with the Bluetooth, for those of you guys who are wondering what we're talking about. Every 30 minutes or so, if I remember or if somebody reminds me, I have to restart my mic so the audio stays in sync. It's a problem we're working through. Now enters the Wu-Tang Clan, right? Oh man. All right. We got to put some shit away. Let's get stuff put away just in case it does decide to get nasty on us and we need to skedaddle. All right, that is mostly everything that we had out. Not too bad. Ten to 20-mile-an-hour wind in the morning. Seas built 6 to 8 foot. Let's go fishing. That terrifies me, Carl. Puff puff bass. You know it. Subbed, catch you around. Hope you catch. Thanks, Down Under. I appreciate you stopping through. Appreciate that sub. We do stream usually at least once a week, sometimes 2 to 3 times a week. So keep an eye out. We will be back. We'll be back streaming live again real soon. Probably on Independence Day, 4th of July. Better catch up, Ted. That's right. Fish whistle summoned, deployed. Avid, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Avid? Happy 4th to everyone. Yeah, just in case we don't stream, happy 4th. Y'all be safe. Have fun. Catch some fatties. Fish or otherwise, you know, do what you do. Judgment free zone. Staying out for a couple more hours. Logan, yeah, as long as the wind doesn't get super crazy out here, we're gonna be out here till sundown. This rain, can't decide if it's actually gonna hit us or not. We'll see. God damn it. So I did adjust the scale of the boat. I changed it from -2 to -4. So we'll see if how much that helps with the erratic, the zigzagging. I don't so much mind the S pattern, but the zigzag was definitely obnoxious. On vacation all week and fun is in the plans. Heck yeah, Jimmy. Man, I should have taken this week off. Be thankful that we even in turmoil. It's the best country in the world. Happy 250th. You caught a rock? Whopper plopper. Yeah, we snagged into a fat boulder earlier today. Got snagged up for like 20 minutes. We had to wrench that shit off the bottom of the lake bed here to get our rig back. So somebody jokingly added it as a catch. Felt like I was on the tilt-a-whirl. Caught grass bass too, but I don't know. Didn't know I could add randoms. We usually, unless it's a slow day, we usually don't add the odd stuff like that, but it always adds for an amusing addition to the catch count, and generally garners a decent amount of questions. Yeah, down to -4, there's still a bit of it, but that seems less extreme. It only shoved us off a cliff once there, not, we're gonna give the trolling motor a little hand here. I'm gonna jump on our outboard. Give it a little easier time, it'll do more steering rather than trying to drag us around. That seems to also have helped earlier when we were running into it. North Antwood 10 plus. All 10, but the last 2. Found crappie limited out. Heck yeah, NWPA. How you doing? Big channel catfish. I'd rather run waypoints than contour. Carl, yeah, I will. I'm gonna learn how to do that at some point. The contours has been handy. That again is one of the primary reasons I wanted to get this trolling motor. Is to try contour trolling. Again, I think the better I dial in these maps, the more reliable that's going to be. But waypoint trolling 100% in some scenarios is going to be what you want to do. I haven't figured out waypoint trolling yet. Need a big channel catfish? That sounds fun. Yeah, we don't have channel cats in here. Tiber's got channel cats. But not Pishkun. Can't buy a map pack for local state lakes. Just give you basic contours. I'm sure there probably are some available. I think Navionics might have maps for some of these water bodies. But again, a lot of the pre-made maps are, especially when you have such significant depth changes, they're not as good. What was I gonna say? Oh, and usually it's like every 5-foot contours or every 10-foot. It's much wider gaps between each of your contours, whereas the ones that you create on here are 1-foot contours. But yeah, I think Navionics probably has some, maybe not all, but at least some of the maps around here. Because that's Fishbrain, I think, uses Navionics maps, and they have contours of almost everything. CMAP tried to charge me last time I went to update maps. Yeah, so they, I forget what it is, and it's kind of a pain in the ass. It's not cheap. It's like 99 bucks a year, but that allows you to upload maps, download maps, combine your own maps, and that's why a lot of people do it, is to combine your own maps, because people don't like sharing their maps with other people. But I think for just the basic uploading of the maps to CMAP Genesis, I'm not entirely sure that there's a charge for that. I think you can do that on the free accounts. You just can't make anything private, and you can't make your own cuts of things. It just uploads it to the social map, which is everybody's map put together. You don't get to set your own offset. CMAP figures all that out. They just layer yours on top of what already exists. If you want to troll a contour or right on the weed line, is back troll it. That's how 100% of walleye fishing is done. Jimmy Hoffa, so I've heard the term back trolling. I've watched paying attention to a couple of videos about it. Oh, we just had a bite. I think, no, it's the damn wave. Good Lord. We're getting some white caps here. Fuck you. But yeah, I don't really know what back trolling is. Rod, what's dinner besides cigarettes? You ought to be starving by now. My last camping trip, I moved it from the boat, I think, into the truck, and I left it in the truck. All right, I think it's about time to turn back around over here. Next time Lake get angry at me, I'll show you some vids. All right. Oh, shit. Yeah, no, these are just itty bitty little white caps, but we are getting some forming. I was more so saying just to describe that we're getting bigger swells, bigger wake here, that the planer board is struggling to get over without bucking like a bronco. All right, we're gonna move back and go back the same way we just came. As we get bucked around here. What's up, hand wave symbol? How you doing? The legend lives on from Chippewa down the big lake they call Gitchagumi. Forward trolling, the front of the boat slides so you can stay on course. Back trolling, you can go down a contour line. Drawing on paper. Okay. Just trolling backwards, it's advantageous for some boats with the wrong motor. Yeah, I think the couple of videos that I watched that were related to back trolling were on pontoon boats. I don't know if that's a boat type that is more apt to be run and as a back trolling. But yeah, I wasn't super paying attention to what the hell it was other than location of where the trolling motor was mounted and the direction of travel. Stream crapped out, I see. Had to run to the store. SoCal, yeah, after we crossed 12 hours, it started glitching and being stupid again. So I don't know. YouTube, I used to stream all the time, well over 12 hours. Almost every stream I've ever done has been well over 12 hours. And these last couple of streams, it seems like once I get 10, 15 minutes past 12 hours, they don't die, but it just glitches. It reconnects, it stops, it freezes, it just gets super unstable. But I started a new live and it's back, it's fine. So I don't know. Back trolling, you need a tiller handle motor, not steering wheel. Okay. Well, that's a definite distinction. Pontoons will put drift sock out, troll backwards so they can slow down. Some smaller aluminum boats, the tillers do too. So like I've seen it also, I think one of the videos that I was watching was a river boat, like a flat bottom boat like mine. And again, they were basically, he was calling it back trolling because he had, point of the boat, or front of the boat, the bow of the boat pointed upstream and was using the trolling motor up front to keep it pointed forward, but to slow his drift back downstream. So it seems like back trolling can refer to different types of trolling. It confuses me. St. George, Utah says hello. What's up, Brock Rolf? Welcome, welcome. We're in central Montana. This is Pishkun Reservoir. We're out here trying to catch some fat pike. What if 14 hours into the stream and you catch a 30-inch pike, would you save? You can't, Lake Erie Lee. That's the problem, is once anything that happens after the 12 hours, typically, and there are a couple of edge cases where you might potentially be able to retrieve it, but most of the time what happens is you end a stream that's, say, 15 hours long. It gets uploaded to YouTube. YouTube starts processing and rendering it, but it's not available to the public to rewatch as a VOD, a video on demand, until YouTube has finished its rendering of it. And in that rendering process, it has a max file size that it can create for the video. And usually that max file size equates to about 11 hours, 55 minutes, and some change in seconds. So your video usually gets clipped at that mark to meet the rendered size limitations, and anything that happens after that just disappears. You have no way to do anything with it. I do have one stream right now, our Swan Lake stream. We streamed 15 hours and some change. It is the longest that we've had ever one continuous stream, and it's stuck. It won't even render the 12 hours to spit it out as a VOD. It's just stuck in a status of will process, or processing is upcoming or something like that. We'll begin processing soon. And nothing I do to it has been able to get it out of that stuck state. But on that one, because it didn't automatically start its render process, it failed. I do have the option to edit it, and it allows me to select a portion of it to clip out as a second video. But I've tried it, you know, half a dozen ways, different lengths, and it always fails. So in most cases, anything that happens after 11 hours, 55 minutes is gone. There's no way to retrieve it to actually be rewatchable afterwards. So I figured it's almost better off starting a new stream after 12 hours. Yeah, so the problem is you'll notice that when most of my streams, I try and schedule them ahead. I set a good title, I make a custom thumbnail, I have a description, all my SEO tags. It takes a while. I spend anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour every stream, before a stream, setting everything up. From the app, from the cell phone, there's no way to just reuse a previous stream's details. So like you saw today, it's a generic thumbnail of a picture that I took. There's a generic title, there's no description. See, I lose a lot of YouTube knowing what my video is to know whether it's a good idea to send people to my stream or not. Wind is kicking our butt, and I think the wind is here for the rest of the day. I don't think we're going to have any more calm wind. So for the next few hours, as long as we don't get rained on, we're going to get bucked around like this. I mean, it is what it is. That's what I figured. So okay, almost better off. Dang, looks like the wind is picking up. Yeah, it is. Awesome day on the Pike. Seb, yeah, we've been having fun out here. The bite's been a little bit slow, but it's at least on. We're having a blast. And we did have one absolute hog on our line earlier today that we lost. So as much as it sucks to have lost it, always an awesome feeling. Struggling to get the pole out of the pole holder because the fish is too big. I shouldn't say too big, it's just because it's so strong. My live from the other day, for some reason, saved to a playlist and not to the actual live tab on the channel. Weird. Don't try back trolling in your boat rod, you'll sink it. You need a deep V to back troll with a motor racked high in the back. Oh, okay, that's a good point. We've been trying to reach you about your boat's extended warranty. What's up, chicken slots? Does the quality of the video affect how much it saves? Higher quality is more memory. Yes, so if you stream, like I stream 1080p, 30 FPS, 2.46, whatever the hell that setting is, H.264. If you stream, as far as I understand it, if you stream 4K, if you're streaming 60 FPS, the same length of video is going to take up more space, in theory. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think that is probably the case. I try to stick to, I've played around with it a bunch, and I've never really been able to get the stream consistent, reliable, in and outdoor, you know, always changing live stream environment with anything bigger than H.264, 1080p, 30 FPS. Anything more than that, and you sacrifice stability for quality. So it'll look better most of the time, but you crap out more often. And I found that most people are more than willing to look at a less than pristine image, less than pristine audio, as long as it's not completely crapping out. And every time you have a major stream disruption, like a reconnect, you lose 50, sometimes 80, 90% of the room's viewers, and oftentimes you only get a fraction of them back. So, suffers for our entertainment as much as you fish. You must have a very understanding old lady. Yeah, she's working right now. Most of the time that I'm fishing, she is working. We don't need to know the level of lake, bro. Pro 17 works well. Bruce Lee has entered chat. Thank you. Thank you, Carl. Before next stream, I am going to try and test better the new mic setup so we don't have Jackie Chan mode every 30 minutes. Wu-Tang forever? That's right. I still love Wu-Tang ODB. Some good shit. All right, our lake troll is duty today. We are going to bring in the lake troll, and I'm going to put out our other crankbait. We're going to put it back on the baits that are catching us some fish. Nope, not this one. This one. All right, let me get on a tip routing. Reverse. Go. Yes. Well, shit, we picked up some weeds. Interesting. Where'd those come from? That's no bueno. All right, so we're taking off our lake troll. I just wanted to see if they were interested, and they are not. Then again, nothing has been interested for a few hours here, so. All right, so what we're gonna put back out is our Berkeley Dredger 14.5-foot diver in yellow perch. This has caught most of our fish today. This guy, you can see how chewed up and banged up. She's in rough shape, but the hooks are good, the hooks are sharp. Out she goes. Pike and trout. Hey, that lure on Veltrex. We're back out, we're good. We're reset. Got any of those M80s in the tackle box? We should try that. Unfortunately, we have no explosives on the boat today. Randy working, good luck, little perch. Thanks, Randy. We haven't had any perch bites today. Well, it looks like most of that cloud system blew over us. There is still some nasty stuff still up there on the front, but I don't know if that's coming at us or not. Seems fairly static over there right now. Raining, cool here all day, high 58. I'm sure the edge is the same system in your sky right now. From front moving, makes fishing tough. Yeah, once the water starts bucking like this, it gets a little uncomfortable, but it's common up here. A lot of the time that I fish Pishkun, it's like this. I mean, you just got to deal with it. You're in a windy spot out on the prairie. $84 thumbs up again already. Let's go. Thank you guys for tuning in today. Oh, we might have just had a bite there. The flag went down, not just the pole. Feel like 90 and humid here all next week. Summer's finally arrived. My marine report says otherwise. Night guy. Oh shit. All right, well, whatever it was, I need to, I think, reset the planer board here. Let's bring this one in and make sure it's not full of weeds too. It's been a while since we've had this one in, I think. Not too long, but we'll check her. And we have the SoCal Special, the Squid on here. Looks good. No, we got some weeds. All right. So that's why we bring it in. We got a little salad there. All right, let's get her back out there. All right, 75 foot, put our board back on. There we go. Oh. Definitely looked like a bite. That's what I thought too, Ethan. Gonna be awesome. Supposed to be like 90, sweet. Not at all. I'm on vacation this week. Gonna be fishing every day. What are you gonna be mainly targeting, Bill? I'm still with you on my first day of vacation, and she's pissed. Mitch just loves living in the doghouse. Why the hell is it going the wrong direction? Shit, did I put the goddamn board on there backwards again? What is my problem? Good Lord. How many times am I gonna do that today? Ah, shit, now we're snagged into our other line. God damn it. What did I do? That's the right way. That'll happen. Oh, moon looks bullish tonight, so it should be a good week. I'm sending you a couple different colors of squid. See some more massive bites before long. Heck yeah, SoCal. What other colors do you have? Mostly musky and tiger musky, but probably some pike and bass. Nice. Wind hit right around 100 miles an hour this past winter in Augusta. That's terrifying. 100 miles an hour. Dang, you got mountains. Yeah, mad. This is the Rocky Mountains that's in the background here, the Continental Divide. Walleye fishing's been fantastic in my area so far, northeast of Indiana. Which side are you on? We're on the western side, north central Montana. We're just in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains right now. Purple, red, another one, I can't remember the third. Okay. What's up, Rod? Hey, Dog Tags and Tackle. How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Oh, where are the fish? It's so grueling out here. You get just those, you guys have been here, you've seen, we get just a slam of fish for an hour, 2 hours, and then nothing for 3-4 hours, and then you get another hour or 2 hours, and it just, I'm curious if our bite time today lined up at all with the minor and major bite times that they always advertise. I never read too much into it because it never seems to align, but today feels like one of those days that maybe it did. Call those foothills, I call those mountains. I said we're in the foothills of the mountains. Yeah, the mountains don't look super big on camera here, but it's because they're, you know, 30 plus miles away. Like, that's way far away. Those are very tall mountains. But it's so pretty up here. You're just kind of out in a desolate tundra plain at the foothills of these giant ass mountains that usually always have some kind of ominous clouds around. And it's just like you get the sheer difference of basically, oh, shit, was that a bite? That might have been a bite. On the east side here, you basically have the clouds touching the water. There's just a thin rock line. And then you have these monstrosities in the background over here. So it's crazy to spin around and see the difference. Nah, that's just the wake, the waves. Did you ever fly fish? Mad, no, I've never tried fly fishing. I don't have a boat. Is the bank fishing for trout any good there, or you pretty much need a boat? Brock, the trout fishing from bank here is kind of hit and miss. Normally, if you want to come here and you want to try for the trout, and you're not doing it during the winter through the ice, I would do the northeast corner. There's a rock wall that runs all along the northeast section of this water body. That's what I was talking about here, is you go from these giant mountains in the background to, if you pan over, the sky just gets closer and closer to the water to where they almost touch. And it looks like you're in the frickin' ocean. But this skinny gravel line over here is essentially a dam, a berm that they've built up. And it's a really steep drop off. So it's like kind of a sheer cliff. And right where Pishkun comes in from the northeast, kind of over in this corner over here, I don't know if I can zoom in on the white sign. But right as you come in, there's a road that goes across the levee here. And right, there it is, there's the white sign. This whole cliff area over here, it's basically a cliff. And there's some of the deepest part of the water bodies over there. So you would fish off of that jetty over there. And there's a ton of trout over there. But honestly, if you want to trout fish from the bank, a better spot would probably be Willow Creek Reservoir, which is near here. Nylon Reservoir. Eureka Reservoir. The trout are bigger there and usually much more willing to come out and play. The trout here could be finicky. The trout here are finicky. Tell on video those are huge mountains in the distance. Your camera's better than you think, Rod. Come on. I've just had a lot of people come in here and confused when I say they're big mountains. Definitely gonna check into one or two SoCal special squids. What are you trolling for? Mad, we're mainly targeting northern pike. We're running 2 different crankbaits right now. You can stream fish all over Montana without a boat. Yeah, there's lots of places that you can fish without a boat. It's just a different kind of fishing. Some days I much prefer bank fishing over boat fishing. More often than not, though, I do tend to prefer boat fishing. Roy V, what's the count today? 8 northern pike so far. Pickled onion. It's a natural and man-made. Ethan, it's man-made. It's an irrigation reservoir that just happens to be an excellent fishery. It's an irrigation reservoir. It's set up, it collects a lot of the mountain runoff in the area here. all of that dumps into like Gibson Reservoir. It comes down the Sun River, North Fork and South Fork, and I forget which fork of the Sun pushes into here. But yeah, it's all dammed up, mainly for agricultural use. Mcoot, yeah, we've had 8 northern pike so far today. We've lost about 5 or 6 of them. It's been hours since we've had a bite. We're hoping to get a decent night bite. And hopefully not get rained on in the process. We've had more than our daily dose of sogginess. My damn socks and shoes are still soggy right now. They're gonna be real ripe when I take these boots off tonight. That's awesome. Switch it up to Kokanee and Rainbow. Carl, we did for a little bit. I only ran 1 rod, really. We could. We have what, 740? I feel like the pike bite's gonna turn back on here. We did run the lake troll for, I don't know, an hour, but nothing's been biting. We could do some exploring out in the basin. That's usually where I find most of what I believe to be the kokanees. Evening and night is rain. That's a good point. That's true. Morning bite and evening bite is good for the salmon. We could go find some salmon. I'd love to catch one out of here. It'd be freaking awesome to see one on the end of my line and in my net rather than just on the catch camera every time I come here. Oh, come on, we're right where we've been picking them up all damn day long. Why won't they bite? Where did you all go? SoCal says you are trolling way too fast. What do you think about that? Census says, are we trolling too fast, fish? Well, means we are trolling too fast. Let's dial her back a notch. No, you know what? No, we're at 63.4. Let's troll faster. SoCal says we're trolling too fast. Let's see. So we're bumping from 2.2 to 2.7. We'll see if we're trolling too fast or not. 3.2? Shit, why not? Our planer board's not gonna like it, but 4.5 should be good. 7? 7 sound good, y'all? Slow down there, pal. You're gonna get a speeding ticket. We gotta do something. They ain't buying what we're selling here, so let's give them something a little bit different. Still fishing? Joe, yeah, we're out here. It's 7:43. We probably have 2 hours, maybe a little bit more of daylight left. Right now, I'm not sure if we're gonna have dry weather for the next 2 hours. I would really prefer not getting soggy again if we can help it. But we're gonna see what we can do. Are you marking anything on the graph? Yeah, everywhere we go, there's shit on the graph here. Nothing real sizable I haven't really seen in a while. Mostly what I'm seeing looks like perch, maybe some rainbows. Everything's suspended. I've seen almost nothing on bottom today. I just got a fishhawk. I should drop it down, the new Fishhawk TD Connect. I feel like what I've been looking at today almost looks like there's a thermocline somewhere around 25 foot in some of these more shallow areas. I could be misreading the graph here, but yeah, almost everything has been suspended today. Seen very little hanging out on the bottom, which is slightly unusual. But we have also been trolling much more shallower than I typically troll here. Again, just searching for the fish. Come on, fish. When did you get the fishhawk? I've been waiting for the new one to come out for almost a year. They stopped making the old one 3 years ago. And I just got in the mail 2 or 3 days ago the new one. It's the Fishhawk TD Connect. They have a whole bunch of systems. This is just their very basic. Kind of like my catch camera. You drop like a 1 to 3 ounce sinker on this side, the side with the fins. You attach it to your line. As soon as it hits water, it turns on and starts recording 20 times a second. And you drop it straight to the bottom and you reel it straight back up. You take it out of the water and you open the app and it automatically transfers your drop data, the temperature at 1 foot increments all the way down to the bottom, and Bluetooth it to the app in your phone, and then it records it online so you can save it. But yeah, I've been waiting. I've been on their waiting list for the new one, this one that just came out, for over a year now, I think, since they released the promo, that it's coming out. They're making it in limited batches. Some ridiculously low number ships out every week. I got a ball for that fishhawk. Oh, nice. Yeah, they sell a whole advanced system. People run it on their downrigger, and it has a display so you can see real-time data. This one's, again, just like the camera. You drop it down, you record, you bring it back up, and then you look at what you recorded, rather than being tethered to it and seeing it live. But that should help. I bought this for kokanee and lake trout fishing, primarily. Yeah, they're a pain in the ass to get a hold of. Either you have to join a waiting list and they email you when it's your turn to buy one. And they give you like 48 hours or something to click the link, and if you don't, it goes on to the next batch. They're really popular on Great Lakes. I've never used one though. You ever fished the west channels of that lake? David, I have, in previous years, I've spent a fair amount of time over on the west side. There's only a lot of the western side, the little ponds, the little accesses, are really only accessible this time of the year. When they fill up this lake and it floods, you can access almost every one of those little fingers and little ponds over there. And there are absolute hogs over there. There definitely are. But it's super, super snaggy, because when this gets down to a normal water level, all that, most of the connections between all of those little ponds and fingers is dry land. And then the western basin, that's actually where the water comes in and most of it goes out. And there's always fish, so many fish over there, but I have caught so few fish over there, it drives me nuts. I don't understand it. I suspect a lot of them over there are rainbow and kokanee as well. But I've never been able to consistently catch fish over there like I have been able to on the eastern side here. And I don't quite understand why. Struggle to catch walleye, makes me insecure. Whopper, walleye is a species that I still haven't really figured out. I mean, I know the basics of trolling for walleye. I've caught a fair number of them trolling. I know, you know, jigging for walleye. I've caught a fair number of them jigging, but I've never been consistent with it. It's always a crapshoot. If I say I'm going walleye fishing, probably more often than not I get skunked or I don't actually catch walleye, I catch something else. So don't feel bad, it just takes practice, learn tips and tricks, and every water body's different. And again, walleye's behavior differs a lot depending on the time of the year. Betting that's where Big Mama Pike. David, the slobs, yeah, there's probably some big ones lurking through those shallower ponds back there. I do go out and explore there. Before I started streaming, almost every time I would come here, I'd poke around a little bit in some of those center ponds. Every once in a while, I'll go over on the western basin and troll for a little bit. I've never streamed from over there though. It takes a, what are we doing here? What was that? We're over 27-foot bottom. There's no way that that just touched bottom. Something just smacked our lead line there. Fairly certain. I keep saying on the streams I'm gonna bring the stream over there. I need to pick, it would have been perfect. When it was dead calm out here, that's when I normally meander over because I can't get anything to bite. And I do usually get a moderate bite over there. But there was one day that I was here and I was trying to fish those shallows. And some of the biggest pike I've ever seen were all in one little pond back there. But it was also one of those days that it's like the worst day of the year for mosquitoes. I just was getting eaten alive. And I stayed over there for an hour trying to catch a fish out of it, and it was just miserable. But just sight fishing. I mean, you know, 5 foot of water looking up into the shallows, super rocky. And yeah, there were just hogs over there. I could get them to follow, I couldn't get them to commit. And I could only stand in the swarm of mosquitoes for so long before I had to get moving. That's the only thing that keeps them from biting you constantly is motion. How many colors behind that planer? 75 foot, so 2.5 colors. We have the lure, 75 foot of line, the planer, and then 100 foot of line. So 2.5 colors, 3.5 colors. It's out a fair ways. You'd have to, yeah, so I did, I caught a little bit of stuff back there trolling, but most of it's super shallow. There's one pool, like off of the, if you're looking at the map and you're looking at where the channel from east cuts over to west, if you don't go down the cutover channel and you go up northwest a little bit, there's a big pool up in there. And that gets to be about 18 foot deep. And I've caught a bunch of fish back there. And again, that's where I was talking about. That's where there were just absolute slobs hanging out over there. But there's kind of a deeper section in the middle that when it's flooded like this, it gets 15, 18 foot. But the majority, probably 60% of it is 10 foot or less. So it's kind of a super shallow and then it drops down into a little bucket. Yeah, one of these streams, I need to go back over there. It's such a different way to fish, standing and casting, especially when you're in shallow water like that and you can actually see them. Your heart's just thumping when you see them fat fuckers. Especially when you get follows back up to the boat, and then you're on musky swirls. You're like, come on, just come back. So big. Let's go, 101 thumbs up. We have surpassed 100 in this stream so far. That is awesome. We're still at 8, Trip. We've had a couple of just minute bites in the last hour or so, but nothing wanting to commit. We got probably maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours of sunlight left here. If the bite's gonna happen, it should be happening anytime now. We're gonna spend these last couple hours in the northwest section. I usually end my day within fairly close vicinity to the boat launch, just in case things want to get hairy. We got plenty of fuel. Our batteries are golden. Well, I'm having a freaking blast out here today, guys. I know it has not been one of the most action-packed streams of the year, but just wait, you guys. Again, this is the light switch being turned on for Pishkun. It was a test mission here to see if the pike are ready. Usually for me, late June, early July is when it really starts. It's kind of an upward trajectory from here. It just gets better and better and better throughout the year. But we've caught almost 10 fish so far today, so we're not doing bad. We're on par with how I've done this time of the year in previous years. I mean, we still got a couple hours left. We may still pull Hogzilla out of here, so just wait for it. I'm waiting for it. We're gonna do this. Biggest fish of the day coming in the next few minutes. SoCal, I like your thinking. Yeah, fun way to fish for sure. You won't be chatting with us. Yeah, see, that's the problem and the biggest disadvantage when it comes to streaming is when you're casting, you're looking, and a lot of it you're standing up. I'm looking into the water. I see a fish over there. I'm casting over there. You got to focus on it, and it distracts me from the stream. How I have it set up now with autopilot, contour following, I can go play with my balls over here if I want to, and the boat's just gonna do whatever. So I have much more free time on my hands to chat with y'all instead of, doing ball stuff. Not to say I do ball stuff on the boat, that's kind of weird, but you get what I'm saying, I hope. But we need to find the fish. Right here, like literally this spot right here, some of the biggest fish I've ever seen come out of here, and some of the biggest fish I've ever had on my line were right off of this point. This point that separates kind of the north from the south. I don't hook up here very often, but I've pulled some absolute hogs right here. Love tuning in, man, heading to the river. It's a night steelhead. Do you get good bites for steelhead at night? I've tried numerous times fishing for a rainbow trout around here at night, and I'll catch one every great once in a while, but it seems like when the light goes off, the rainbow bite goes off with it a lot of the times. It's interesting to see that you're catching stuff at night. Absolutely love your streams. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Brock. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I have fun out here hanging out and fishing with y'all. We surpassed 5,000 subs tonight, you guys. 5K, we're over it. Kind of a small milestone for the channel. Nothing too impressive, but I just find it ridiculous and crazy that 5,000 of y'all enjoy my antics enough that you actually hit the sub button and keep coming back for more. So I appreciate y'all. Full moon tonight or close to it, is it? Full moon fishing. Hi from Russia, Moscow. What's up, S. Turek? Welcome. We're in central Montana here in the United States. Hardest working man in show business right here, Rod's the man. Thanks, Tim Dow. We're just out here trying to have some fun and catch something fat and toothy. You know, the usual. The hell of a lot better than what I'd be doing if I was sitting at home, I tell you that much. Oh. What's up, Rod? Hey, Ryan Hahn, welcome back. We're still trying to entice the pike to come back out and play. They've been teasing us today. We get an hour of bite, then 2 hours of nothing. An hour of bite, 3 hours of nothing. We're waiting for our final dose here. And some days, Pishkun just doesn't give it to me. Usually it does, though. Usually we can coax one or two, or sometimes 3 or 4 or 5 more out. Again, all it takes is that hour and the poles start blowing up. So we will see. We're running 2 different crankbaits, same baits that we've been catching them on all day. Berkeley Dredger, 14.5 foot diver. That one is on just our straight braid. And we're running it on a side planer board, about 100 foot away from the boat. On the other line, we're running the SoCal Special. It is a saltwater crank in just ridiculously vibrant colors. The pike seem to not mind it so much, so. Sebastiano Rodriguez, good evening. This place is very beautiful. Thanks for joining the stream, Seb. It is pretty here. This is some of my favorite area in Montana is here in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains and up in the Rocky Mountains. Monday is full moon. Bite's so bad in Iowa right now I couldn't even catch bait. Dang, really, Ryan? Yeah, we finally got Pishkun to kick out a few pike for us today. We've put 8 in the boat. We've lost like 5 or 6. We had one absolute hog on the line earlier today. You've been in here a lot, Ryan. I always, you know, people come in, you gotta fish, and I try and explain to them that when it's just the lure. When there's a fish, it'll bounce or it'll just bend over. And we finally had a fish today from Pishkun that just bent the rod over, and he wasn't going anywhere. I was struggling to get the damn pole out of the pole holder. Picked it up, got a couple of cranks on it before it let loose, but we had an actual hog on the line today, which is always a fun feeling. What have you bought? Nathan, we've caught 8 northern pike ranging from 19 to 24 inches. One bite can change the day. My last fish PB was a 31-inch walleye. Heck yeah. I'd love to start off the year here with a nice fat, something 30-inch plus, which that one earlier today was 100% 30-inch plus. I wouldn't have been surprised if it were closer to 40. But yeah, we catch a lot of smaller ones here. The average is 2 to 3 pounds. You know, that 18 to 22 inch range. Perfect eaters. You can come here and limit out on eaters in no time most days. It's less frequent to catch the 5, the 10, the 12, the 15 pounders. But they're in here, and there are even bigger in here. You just gotta be persistent. And like David was mentioning earlier, this time of the year, it's cool enough that a lot of these back ponds and stuff are cool enough that it's still comfortable for some of those larger fish to be back there hunting. They don't necessarily only go in deep water. They oftentimes will lurk in the shallows, all this weedy shit. It's just that terrain is not usually great to troll through. Very snag prone. And I absolutely detest losing gear. Were those pike stocked in there? No, they don't stock here. I don't know if at some point in time, I'm sure it was introduced at some point. But no, they don't actively stock pike really anywhere. Most of the last pike stockings, I think, if I recall correctly, when I was looking at Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park stocking records, were from like the 70s and the 80s. We really have not stocked pike very much at all in Montana in decades. Once they establish themselves, they're self-sufficient. They eat anything and everything they can find. Caught a 35-inch pike from Missouri River on topwater whopper plopper last week. Nice, Ange. That's a good-sized. That's a good-sized pike. Whopper plopper action is always freaking awesome too. Those topwater bites are something else. Nothing like seeing a fish blast out of the water to. It's just monster coming out to take your lure away. Where were you fishing on the Missouri, Ange, if you don't mind me asking? Speaking of camping, David, did you see they have inflatable tents now? Inflatable tents? Can't troll that cabbage, but huge pike love to feed back in the weedy shallows. Yeah, it's more tricky. You can, with certain baits will handle it better. Somebody was asking about trolling spinner baits, or, you know, the big musky and pike spinners. That usually have, you know, 1-2 spoons up top. It's a big metal piece. Your hook is kind of guarded. They're not super snaggy. If you tie directly onto those and don't use a bunch of swivels and clips and a bunch of shit like I run, you can fairly cleanly run them through some pretty weedy stuff without collecting a bunch of stuff. But yeah, most things they're gonna pick up all that shit, and then you're trolling a salad. You might get bit off of it, but it's not very often that the pike do much more than look at it. I have Kodiak canvas tent, will last a lifetime, expensive but worth the money. Jimmy, funny you should mention that. I spent a small fortune on a Kodiak canvas. I used it twice, and it was actually one of the last time, second to last time the last time I camped at Pishkun 2 years ago. Sorry, my brain's jumping back and forth here. I was in the middle of setting up the tent, and we just had an atrocious gust of wind that came through for like 10 minutes. And I was trying to set it up by myself, and the gust of wind caught it, and it ripped it from corner almost to corner. I have like a 8-foot gash and a 10-foot canvas tent. Just gutted me. The wind gusted and it went rip as the wind pushed over the structure. I didn't have it solid yet. And you really should have, for those bigger tents, 2 people to set them up. Disgusts me. I emailed their customer support and they ghosted me. I was like, yo, this tent's like 3 months old. I've used it twice. So I still have it. I'm figuring I will try and get some long iron-on canvas patches and try and hem it back together on both sides, but yeah, sucks. They are really, really nice tents. You have to be careful when you're setting them up, because if the wind hits you wrong, they will implode. They literally fuck themselves. Catch anything, bro? Kelt, we've caught 8 northern pike so far today. We've lost 6+. We're probably about 8 and 8 at this point. We've had quite a few recent missed bites. The bite has kind of died off. We're trying to get into the last couple of hours of fishing here. It's 8 o'clock. Sundown, I think, is 9:40 something. We'll have last light sometime around 10:30. We'll probably keep the boat in the water till 10, maybe a little bit later. So we got 2 hours or so of fishing left. Just did some quick research. There's no record of northern pike ever being stocked in Pishkun. Trout stocking stopped in '63 due to pike population. Yeah, I think they do from time to time stock kokanee in here still. It's been a while since I've looked at the stocking record for Pishkun. The boat in here is self-sufficient at this point. Thanks for looking that up, SoCal. Suha Danwer. What's up, Sue? I'd question the durability of inflatable tents. Better have strong right. It'll be, what is that movie, Up, where the shit floats away with the balloon? The house floats away? You'll be on a sequel of Up, getting carried away by the 40-mile-an-hour gusts out here in central Montana off the Rocky Mountain front. Cool. A big fat pike would be cooler. What's up, Pond Fisher? How you doing, buddy? We're out here trying to catch 1 or 2 more or 10 more pike, you know. I'm not too picky. We're out here to catch more pike. We got a couple hours to get one or more in the bag. Is there a campground at that lake? Yeah, so we're coming up actually on the boat ramp, and most people primitive camp here. So like, let me pan this camera around. This is not a camp spot, but it's right on the lake. You got people, there are dirt roads all the way around the lake here. And most people who come here to camp don't camp in the designated camping spots. You pick somewhere that the road connects to and camp right next to the lake. But we do have, the boat ramp is over here. There's the shitter, the boat ramp and dock. There's, along the northern shore, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's like probably 6 or 8 campsites all the way up to the dike over there. So the northern end is where the designated camping spots are. There's a really nice one right to the west of the boat dock over here. It's usually almost always taken, but when I camp here, I've never camped at one of the designated spots. I always pick one of these primitive spots. I can camp right next to the water, so I can fish. You can usually dock your boat right up next to the, or not dock, but land your boat up into the shallow gravel, tie it down. All right, we're gonna slow our troll back down just a little bit. We're gonna go back down to 2.3, 2.4. We've been running 2.7 for half hour or so now. We have not gotten hit on anything. We're fishing for northern pike. We've always used concrete stake from the wall tent on the eastern front, 2 footers minimum. Interesting. Yeah, I need to invest. I tried buying some, so much of the ground around here is just rock. It's like gumbo mixed with boulders. And it's so hard pounding tent stakes down most of the time. You bend them, you just screw them up. Or you get them in and then you can't get them back out. So I bought these nice expensive, they're like 12-inch screw stakes. And brought my power drill and came out here, and man, it was rough, even with those, trying to get them suckers down. It's just so rocky. Used to love primitive camping and shore fishing, 25/7, too old now. I hear you, David. So it looks like the first kokanee stocking was in the late 60s and limited until 78, and then from 89 to 92 they stopped, 300,000 annually to boost population. No shit, they haven't stocked them since 92. I thought for sure they still did infrequent stocks here. That's surprising, because there's a good kokanee population here, and they're fat too. I almost never hear about people kokanee fishing here though. Most people come here to pike fish. A lot of people come here to perch fish. I mean, you do see from time to time a lot of people slow trolling the basin right over by the jetty over there and catching trout. That's interesting. Most water bodies around here, they stock, and usually on an annual basis for trout, multiple times a year for trout. Oftentimes every couple or few years, or smaller kokanee stockings every year. Again, well, the last time I was looking, the pike stocking is almost never, and a lot of it stopped in like the 60s, the 70s, a long time ago. Rod, I just rejoined the stream and it says, I haven't liked it yet. Silver, we started a new stream. We hit the 12-hour and the stream started fucking up, so we killed it, and I started a new stream. So you're more than welcome to double tap that screen again if you feel so inclined. We will do our damnedest to catch you a fish. Rain's dumping here in Southwest Washington. Randy, that sucks. Yeah, we got absolutely dumped on for an hour earlier, and then another hour or so of light rain, sprinkles, and wind. And we have a whole bunch of nasty, dark-looking clouds over on top of the Rocky Mountain front. It's dumping rain to the south of us right now. This is all rain. Hopefully that's not coming for us. There's a lot of rain in the mountains over here, but to our west and north, it looks fairly clean. It's dark. It's ugly looking, but it's not raining yet. Wolf Slayer, dot catches, dot caught. One of those two will bring up the catch count. 10,000 kokanee in Willow Creek in April. Yeah, so Willow Creek, they drew down really far for repairs a few years back. So they, I think they've increased their stocking schedule there these past few years. I've never heard of anybody catching any real sizable kokanee. A lot of the water bodies that they stock kokanee in, the kokanee never really establish well, and all you ever really catch are the stalkers. There are a handful of water bodies like Pishkun, Holter, that have self-sustaining kokanee populations, that they do naturally breed there, they reproduce, they create their own. So you don't need the stocking. They do sometimes supplement the stocking, but you don't need it to keep the population going. Seems like a lot of the kokanee water bodies here in central Montana, so they just never really establish. So it's a whole different, you're catching like 8 to 12 inches, 12 inches to 14 inches, really small class. Whereas Holter, you sometimes do catch smaller ones, but you also more often than not catch like 2 to 3 pounders. Sometimes 4 and 5 pounders. They get to be their, multiple classes of fish above. Much, much older fish. I just know Willow Creek is it's 3 of probably the top 5 biggest trout, rainbow trout I've ever caught came out of Willow Creek, fishing from the damn shore. There's really fat rainbows in there. Your girlfriend's pissed. Why, Silver? Mike went out. Hold on, thank you. I was thinking to myself, wow, this bike didn't last very long. Then I started doing the math of how long we've been out here, and it's like, okay, that checks. Never mind. It lasted a long time. All right, testes, testes. 1, 2, 3. Fish whistles. Get them while you got them. Can y'all hear me? Tappy tap tap tap. Yeah, so Carl, we did a low pass, we did a high pass. Right now I'm running dead center down those 2 passes. And as long as it's got good contours on both sides, it goes. It's smooth. It's when one side or the other, it's like, I don't know how deep it is, and then it just does the herky-jerky shit. The corrections that it has been making, I dialed it down from the -2 scale to -4, and it's been bullying us a lot less, so. I think it's a combination of those two things. Soup Man, what's up, Fishing Extreme? Dark here too. Norm, yeah, so we probably have sunset here. If somebody types .fc for forecast, I think sunset's like 9:30 or 9:40 something tonight. We usually have last light, you know, half hour, 45 minutes, sometimes even an hour after actual sunset. So we should be light enough to operate without our lights up until around 10 p.m., which is an hour and 40 minutes. There we go. Sunset 9:30, so our last light will probably be 10:15. So we'll probably try, I like to try and get the boat docked up on long streams like this before the light is completely gone, so I'm not fumbling around in the dark. So we probably have hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. 90 minutes or so before we gotta get over to the dock and get on out of here. But it's been a fun stream. We finally got into the pike. We've caught from 19-inch to 24-inch. We had a hog, a nice one on our line at one point today. It's been a fun day. I'm glad to see that this fishery is gonna be fishable this year. The first two trips out here really made me question whether there may have been a big kill-off here due to them dropping the water level so low last year. Near St. Louis, Missouri. Nice, Morton. We're in central Montana. If the clouds clear soon, you should get a nice moonrise. I don't know where the hell the moon is today. The temperature is definitely starting to drop. We're getting much more in. This is the weather where the bite started to pick up earlier. When it just started to get gloomy, wasn't raining, but you couldn't really see the sun. You couldn't see much of the blue, if any, in the sky. Flathead Lake, fish 160 foot down. Morton, I've only fished Flathead once, one trip, a day and a half. I didn't get to explore much aside from like the northwest corner. Yeah, Flathead's a very deep lake though. It's huge. I would love to fish it more often. I really want to go catch some big lake trout there. When was your last bite? Nicholas, probably about an hour ago. In fact, both poles we had a smack, just a drive-by, nothing solid, but it was definitely fish. I'm hoping we can get one or two more bites before we got a packer in here. It'd be nice to get to 10 for our stream, 10 catches. And I would like to put one in the cooler. Fresh pike sounds freaking awesome. And we didn't keep any of them from earlier. I don't like rolling around all day with a slimy ass fish trying to rot in my cooler. Kick some vagrants, eating nice company out of my house because I wanted to finish watching the stream. Oh, okay. You sent the hobos packing? I hear you, I hear you. You gotta try not to anger the boss there, my man. If you win millions, pitch in by Cromwell Island, it's still for sale? Cromwell Island. I'd have to look at a map. That's one of the islands out in Flathead? Oh God, that would be so cool. A private island on Flathead. I've got a good deal of Bitcoin crypto investments, a substantial, but I don't have Epstein Island money. And I feel like an island in Flathead probably requires Epstein Island money. We're not balling like that. But we'll keep it in mind if I win the lottery. Or somebody sends me a multi-million-dollar super chat. I'm not opposed, y'all. Who wants to put me in their will? JK. Now, I've always wanted, that's been the dream, is to own a waterfront property, either on the Missouri River or one of our local lakes or reservoirs. I want to be able to sit on my back damn porch and fish. I want to be able to roll out to my garage and slide up my garage door and back my boat out into the lake. And while I have been, I've done fairly well financially over the years with my job and investments that I've had. We just, I don't have that kind of money. I don't know who does. Seems like no matter how much I have in the bank, you start counting the number of years you want to be retired for, and it's like, I don't have enough. Not to retire for that long and buy everything I want to. So then you're back to the drawing board. Lost my first rod today we were catching, and as soon as I go to take a piss, the rod, oh man, I got lucky though. There was kids downstream that grabbed it. Fish got off. Nicholas, yeah, you gotta be careful. I know we all get lazy sometimes, and it's easy to just set your pole up against something. Bad idea. I've lost a few rigs that way. Frickin' carp coming up and just dragging your reel into the abyss. It's awesome you got it back. Been humid here all day, storms coming in an hour. We do over to the, what is it, northwest here. A couple of these clouds are opening up and dumping. That looks like it's headed our way. Hopefully we can squeeze out this last hour or so or longer of stream before that gets to us. But if and when that starts getting close, we're headed to the boat ramp. I am not packing up the boat in torrential downpour. I got Bitcoin when it first came out. Yeah, so all the Bitcoin I have, I mined. Between 2012 and 2015. Kind of a crazy and long story, we won't get into it, but I did, over the course of that time, I mined a little over 100 Bitcoin. Through various different, we started out with the laptop mining, I moved into running GPU rigs in my garage until I ran out. I couldn't, the residential service didn't have enough electricity, and both the sheriff and power company kept coming over, thinking I was growing weed in the garage, and no, it was just my Bitcoin miners. And then I switched to ASICs. It was a couple of dudes that I work with invested with me 50 grand, and I bought a whole rack full of ASICs, which are, it's an integrated circuit designed specifically for mining Bitcoin, or the SHA-32 protocol. I believe is what Bitcoin and Litecoin and Doge is on. And over the course of the next few years, mined over 100 Bitcoin, a few million Doge, a couple of hundred Litecoin, but I had to split that with my two investors. They invested the money, and I built, managed, and mined. They all sold their shit when it was worth, you know, 1,000 to 3,000 a coin. And I've held on to most of what I was able to mine. Looked at houses on Flathead, 2-bedroom cottage garage, Steen Island. Yeah, you're in the $1 million plus range for most of those lots. You're living next to, you know, the rich and the famous, rock stars, movie stars, people that are worth tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. Been around the block, not my boss. I'm nice, reasonable, but when it comes to end of a decent fishing stream. Fair point, Silk. Fair point. When I didn't got, I have value yet. I mined on the desktop. Dual T1 with nice. Yeah, that's old school. You couldn't do that for very long. My buddy does. You gotta walk away from rod. Always open the bail. Better to lose that than rod. Absolutely, SoCal. Then I bought the crash. When the FDIC said it would never have value and it crashed, I bought it up, then it soared again. Heck yeah, dude. Yeah, I should have. There were multiple times. If I would have just taken the money that I spent dicking around with mining, I would have ended up with probably thousands of Bitcoin, not just 100. But it was an interesting part of my journey here on the planet, and hopefully will be my retirement. You have a fish on, Jack. Now it's we're running a planer board, and it's causing the pole to bounce. When there's a bite on it, that pole will rapidly bounce, or it's just gonna bend over and hold. A lot of Bitcoin stories. I know what that is. Native American love the weed up that way. 100 Bitcoin, that's millions. It would have been at peak value. It would have been about 12 to 13 million. Right now, Bitcoin is at half of what its peak was. And again, I only got a third of it, so. Those data centers are actually mines for Bitcoin. Some of them are. A lot of it's AI these days. Good for you. I did too. Got a bite right now. No, it's not a bite. Where are you at? What have you caught? Cole, north central Montana. This is called Pishkun Reservoir. And we've caught, it's been a while since we've put a fish in the boat, but we've caught 8 northern pike so far today, ranging from 19 inches to 24 inches. Trying to get into medical school in 2009, preparing. Fan of BitTorrent and the like. I found some Kaplan med school prep books, download, and they wanted Bitcoin. I was like, yeah, I started, Silver, that's an interesting story. So I did BitTorrent, stuff like that. What really got me into it was I used to do, there were 2 different projects. SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, all of the satellite constellations they have all around the planet. They're constantly recording, and they had or have way more data than they're able to process with their own, data centers that they run, NASA that is. So they would piecemeal it out to the SETI client, which is basically like the Bitcoin client, or like BitTorrent, or like there was another project called Folding at Home. And you're just basically donating your spare CPU power when you're sleeping. It costs you a little bit of electricity, but what the hell, you're looking for aliens. Cool. And I did that for years with a bunch of different PCs that I owned. And one day on the forums, I stumbled across Bitcoin, this new thing, and somebody was saying, it's magic internet money. It can be worth actual money, and it's mined much the same way that the SETI client operated. I was like, shit, you had me at magic internet money. Sign me up. So I started mining on a couple of laptops, a couple of desktops. I ran the Bitcoin client wherever the hell I could. And I mined a few Bitcoin, not solo mining. I was merge mining, or mining with pools, mining pools where you contribute, 10, 100, 1,000 people pool together and are all trying to solve the same problem. And whoever gets it, it splits, the transaction between everybody that helped based upon, the amount of CPU that you put towards solving the equation. And I managed to mine, I think it was 10 over the course of a year, over various laptops, computers, which is crazy to think about. And when it hit $1,000, I heard a news story. They were on a thumb drive, my wallet on a thumb drive in my drawer for over a year. And I read an article saying Bitcoin was at $1,000. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. My magic internet money is actually worth money now? I cashed it in. I sold all 10. I got $10,000 back, and that's what I built a garage full of GPU miners. I was like, we're doubling down on this shit. Magic money, let's do this. But very quickly, the difficulty, the cost, the electrical consumption, it just shot through the roof. There was only a short period there where you could really do it with consumer level stuff, and even these days with home ASICs, you spend more money in electricity and 90% of the planet than what the coin is worth by the time you get it. You'd be better off just going and buying it. Been wrong about Bitcoin, but still figure it's zero. Too many other coins, so no limited supply. 99.9% of the crypto market is just dog shit. It's never going to serve any purpose. They're copies of copies of copies of copies. You have Bitcoin, you have Ethereum, you have a couple of other projects that have any real promise, and the rest of it's garbage. Bitcoin is the first mover. It is the original, and a lot of the rest of the market is all based, largely valued on top of Bitcoin. When Bitcoin goes down, a lot of times the whole market goes down. When Bitcoin goes up, the whole market goes up. But yeah, basically everything else is garbage. Bought like 300 for 30 bucks. There was a passage, a keyword or something, saved info, never used the Bitcoin. I sent to the hard drive to a garbage dump. 100, that's, it's only $30 million silver, no biggie. Shit. Freed some data, feds want to send him to prison. It ain't nighttime. Bethan, it is 8:35 p.m. We have probably about an hour till sundown, and a little over an hour till last light. Sent 300 Bitcoin to a landfill. That's insane silver. I'm trying to catch up on chat. There we go. Been there, done that with a hardware wallet. Not 300, but crazy. What's up? Do you ever get warm weather there, Randy? We jumped from frigid to just dying of heat stroke for a few weeks, and then it moves to moderate. We do get, summer moving into fall is kind of the best time of the year around here. Mid to late July, early August is kind of where it typically peaks, and then it starts mellowing out, and you have a month or two of moderate weather. But yeah, this time of the year, we don't, I say it on the stream from time to time, we don't really get a true spring around here. It's mostly winter with like summer smacking into it from time to time. Like today, we went from 50 degrees, torrential downpour, 10, 12, 14 mile an hour gusts, cold. Later, it was 75 degrees out, blue skies again. I was dying. And that's springtime here. It's, the weather is just up and down. You get some days hail, rain, snow, 95-degree weather. Like, it's rough. It's starting to sprinkle here. We're gonna turn around and start heading back in the other direction. We're gonna stick pretty close. If this, it looks like this rain cloud here is gonna dump on us. So I don't wanna cut our stream short if we don't have to, but we're definitely gonna head back down towards that end of the reservoir. Just in case we need to make a mad dash to the boat dock to get out of downpour again. Looks like it's pouring. Yeah, it's, so to the northeast, we definitely have rain over here. There's sporadic to the east. The south of us, it is absolutely pouring. Southwest, it looks like a little lighter rain. West is good for the most part. Northwest is where it's gonna hit us from. And it's freaking pouring right there, and it only looks to be a few miles off. Hopefully we can slow troll and get another half hour, 45 minutes of trolling out of the stream here. But I don't think we're gonna make it to 10 or 10:15. I like catching fish and I like y'all, but I don't. I'm already soggy from the first time getting soggy today. We don't need to do soggy twice. Studying for med school with bootleg Bitcoin books. Oh, that's so sad, man. That is just... That's one of those things. There have been multiple times in my life, and a lot of it surrounding crypto, where I've decided one thing instead of another, and it's, like I said, I've netted, if Bitcoin keeps any kind of stable value or growth over the next, decade, if it doesn't go straight to the toilet, I should be set. But there are so many times within the last 15 years that if I would have trusted my gut, I would have Epstein money. We would be inviting the whole crew out to our private island on Flathead for summer fishing derbies. But, you can't go back in time, or at least I don't know how to yet. Started off talking about eating human meat, now you're talking about Epstein, straight Mitch Bailey. Sorry, the Want to See My Rod live streams here in central Montana are often contain lots of questionable content. Every once in a while, some good fish. We try to entertain and educate, and usually in that order. So don't be offended. We're all a bit weird. We talk about some weird stuff. Don't take it personal. We're not trying to offend anybody. Nobody's eating your babies. There's no Epstein Island shit happening over here. They're just, we talk about Diddy Earl sometimes, That's just our channel humor. Don't you think Bitcoin, it definitely could, Travis, yeah. There's a very real possibility that it could. My gut feeling has always been hold. And to this point, I've done well. I don't feel like Bitcoin is gonna crash anytime soon, but I could be wrong. The Bitcoin I hold could be worth diddly shit in the next 6 months, a year. There's so much money in it right now, though, I don't. I think we're gonna have at least a few more ridiculous peaks and cycles come from it. You never really know, though. I don't have a crystal ball. I have my gut intuition, and I have cursed myself too many times in the past not trusting it, and this is the one decision that I've made in the last 15 years that I could have sold, I could have rebought, I could have traded, I could have made more money off of it, but I've literally just parked it and watched everybody else go crazy over it. Well, I watched my virtual wealth go on a roller coaster ride. Some days it's hard to watch. Like right now, I'm legit, I don't really try to get political on this channel, but since Trump took office, I'm down $1.5 million. Literally. My crypto portfolio is just shit the bed. Most of my other stuff in my 401k, my IRA, which are more standard, a lot of mutual funds, shit like that, is up comparative to, last year, but not nearly enough to compensate for what he's done to the crypto market. Fucking rug pulls, insider trading, it's been dog shit is what it's been. But I still have hope. I think even though it's, hovering 60K, something like that, I haven't even looked at it in a few days. It started getting obnoxiously low, and I just got to walk away. But I think we'll probably, and again, just my gut instinct is that we'll exceed 125,000 again on it. It'll probably double in value. It may triple in value. The valuations that people have called, 250K, sound irrational and like fanciful dreams, but I do think it's within the realm of possibility. It's just when, and hopefully AI or something else doesn't figure out how to crack the algorithm and break it. Wish you didn't mention Bitcoin, my blood pressure. Sorry, Silver. Bill Crockett said hi. Vic Morrison said hi. What's up, y'all? What are you using on your rods? DK Chisholm. So one rod we are running, now it's what we've caught most of our fish off of today, though it's been a long while. Berkeley dredger in yellow perch, a 14.5-foot diver. The other rod we're running some random ass squid saltwater crankbait. It's about 8 inches, just big, colorful, obnoxious that one of our viewers, one of our mods, SoCal Outdoors, sent for us to try out. So two crankbaits, 60 grand, yeah. So it fluctuates, 60 grand, 70 grand, 75 grand, back down to 65 grand, up to 85 grand. It's all over the damn place. But it started, as soon as the tariff fucking nonsense came in, it started tanking. Our stupid policies and support of what's going on in Israel and Palestine tanked it even more. Not supporting Ukraine and letting, you know, that whole market get screwed up really has not helped crypto. And 100% the shit that's going on in the Middle East right now is absolutely throttling the crypto market. So it's just not been a good climate for it. And then again, on top of Trump coin and all the other bullshit rug pulls that he and his companies have brought into it, it's really put a sour taste on the market. It was just starting to take off with the legislation that was passed. People were starting to, you know, create IRAs, you know, tradable funds, not IRAs, ETFs, sorry. ETFs on the market where you could trade crypto without actually owning the hard currency, derivatives. All that stuff was an absolute bonus for it. And it started climbing. And there's just been a systematic shitting of the bed over the past few years. You guys, I keep looking back at the pole holder over here and seeing it empty, and my heart jumps. I keep thinking we lost another rod, and then I look over and remember that we have both rods on this side of the boat. Appear to be the only, everybody else left hours ago. They're not missing much other than beautiful scenery and this lovely rainstorm that's about to hit us over here. XRP's been higher. Yeah, they're all, again, crypto is one of the only markets in the world that exists that the valuation is based upon pure speculation 99% of the time and logic 1% of the time. There are billions of dollars in so many different cryptocurrencies that are they're utter trash. They're copies of copies of copies of copies of copies of copies that do nothing and will do nothing but lose value over time. They're just scams. Trump coin, Melania coin, those are examples. They're just rug pulls. There is no purpose for that other than to drive the price up, put it out on the market, get people to buy, and then dump on them. And that's what's wrong, and I've been saying it for the last decade. That is the biggest bane to cryptocurrency in general. It's rampant with fraud and fuckery. Move to California. I'll do it. No one's gonna stop me. I don't know, a lot of people complain about California. I lived there for almost 15 years. In my opinion, it's not nearly as bad as people make it out to be. People want to treat it like it's some frickin', you know, sub-Armageddon frickin' dystopian. It's like, no, that's not California. It's expensive. There's a shitload of people there. Population density equals crime. Population density equals poverty. Population density equals all the bad things that come with population density. And that's the biggest problem with California. Other than everything is just insanely, obscenely expensive if you want to live in any of the nice areas. But it's not just California. You go anywhere in the world. Population density, the more people you cram into a tiny little area, the more crime increases, the more, you know, there's violence, the more poverty, the more problems you have. But it's not a bad thing because, again, a lot of people move to those more densely populated areas because they're more convenient. They're there for a reason. But I don't know. California has a lot of bad things about it, but it also has some good things. Some of the best weather, some of the prettiest, you know, beachfront. The weather is really what sold it for me. Like, what? You're telling me it never gets below 50 degrees here and rarely above 75? It just always hovers in that. That's what did it for me, just being comfortable. That, and I mean, the density also brings with it all the cool stuff that population density brings. Merging of cultures, some of the best food you will ever eat anywhere. Anything you want to eat, you drive a couple of miles and you can find it, whether it be a Vietnamese pho or you want to go eat at a southern barbecue place, or you want to go eat, you know, what other, you know, obscure cuisine. There's always something around there that tailors to it. I love the music scene. I mean, I could drive to LA or Hollywood every weekend and see a band I absolutely love performing at some, you know, small or medium-sized venue. That, and again, the pay rate for the good jobs in places like that is generally way, way higher than anywhere else. Show you the oldest standing log cabin in the country, 26 bedroom, 34 million buys it just a few miles away. Some of the biggest money in the country come to Big Bay, Huron. Nice. Weather is great. The state itself is absolutely beautiful, but the cost, crime, and laws make it impossible to live here comfortably. I don't know, like I said, SoCal, everybody sees it a little bit differently. I lived there real comfortably for better part of 15 years in one of the most expensive parts of California. I was in Newport Beach, Costa Mesa area. Crime was not bad there. You could go to areas where there was bad crime, but the crime, again, is in those densely populated areas. LA's a shithole. I would never live in LA or the surrounding area of LA. I just wouldn't. I don't even like driving over there most of the time because it's so crowded. But again, a lot of California is not LA. You go, you know, 50 miles in any direction and it's a completely different atmosphere. Not nearly as densely populated. The crime drops immensely. I've been drunk twice today. What the hell, Mitch? I have 2 words, SoCal, concealed carry. Do you like Malibu? Malibu, I never really spent much time in Malibu. I drove through Malibu quite a few times on the Pacific Coast Highway. Beautiful area. The weather was always a little bit more extreme in Malibu, it seemed like. They got more of the gusty winds coming off the coast. Pretty area. I drove through there a bunch of times. I stopped a handful of times at beaches in the surrounding area, but I never really spent a whole lot of time in Malibu. Most of my time in Malibu was going through Malibu to get up to like Ventura or you know, some of those areas that are northwest of there. Missed the grass bass. Mia, it's just weeds, salad. How was work, Mia? Welcome home. What are you fishing for? The Tyler, we're still trying to catch a final northern pike. We're struggle busting it over here. We've caught 8 pike so far. We've lost about that many. We've been trolling around for the last 3 hours with a couple of pecks at the pole, but nothing really wants to make up their mind. Been to Beverly? Yes, I did. I had a couple of buddies when I lived there that came down to visit. Actually, my brother and one of my best friends. And we did a lot of driving around, sightseeing, and I drove them through Hollywood Hills and Beverly Hills and up to the observatory. And I mean, I took them on some of the more touristy, scenic places. I brought them down to San Diego, to the zoo. We went to the aquarium. I don't know, we got around a little bit. I did a fair amount of poking around while I lived there. Said for a long time, if you start at the ocean in LA and go inland 50 miles and then north to Sacramento and back to the ocean and cut, we would be Kentucky. That's not too far off base there, SoCal. Did you swim in the lake? No, hi-fi. I don't swim in lakes, reservoirs, rivers. I used to when I was younger. Anymore, if I want to swim, I'll rent a hotel room and go swim in the pool, or I'll go to the university and go in their pool. If you're sensing a theme here, I swim in pools. Pools are for swimming. Lakes and reservoirs are for fishing. I don't like the idea of dangling my phalanges too much in the water, where you have potentially 30-pound toothy bastards that could mistake one of those phalanges for, you know, a hot dog. Something that's edible. Oh, we're gonna get hit by this. What time is it? 8:55. We're maybe 300, 400 yards off of the boat launch over here. This might be our last hurrah here, guys. I'll turn her around. I suspect we probably, oops. I don't think we have much more than 30 minutes before this plows over us. The boat launch is right there. That's my truck sitting there in the background. And that is the weather that is coming directly at us. We have sprinkles right now. It's already, you know, we're in it. But that is barreling straight at us at a faster pace than what I previously anticipated. I hate to do it, guys, but I don't think we're gonna make it to sundown today. Like I said, getting soggy once today was enough for me. I don't want to pack up the boat in, raindrop in my eye. I don't want to pack it up in torrential downpour. Life is like a bait pile for me. I kind of dig it. I prefer to swim in oceans or lakes. I mean, more power to you. You do you. I'm not a great swimmer. I don't particularly enjoy swimming. A hot tub sounds much nicer. Speed up that trolling speed. We could bump it up a little bit. Pull up and get out, Vic. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We've been out here since 6 a.m. We've been out here fishing for 14 hours now. I left the house at 4 a.m. So I've been out here for 16 hours now. It's an hour and a half drive home, half hour to pack up the boat, unpack the boat. So we still have a couple hours of driving and packing and unpacking left. But it's been an absolute blast fishing out here with y'all. We caught a decent amount of pike. It's been hours since we caught anything, but again, y'all see, I keep telling you, the bite sometimes just turns on, it turns off, it turns on, it turns off. Sometimes you gotta make it through those slumps and just keep chugging, because eventually the bite does turn back on. As soon as we get to the dock, the weather's probably gonna calm. We're gonna see fish biting everywhere, but that's just the way that it is, you know. But I'm gonna start pulling in our planer board rod here. It's been fun. I am so glad to be back on the pike. We didn't break. I was hoping for at least 10 today. We got damn close. We got 8. If we wouldn't have lost so many of them, we would have easily had 10. Well, let's take off our planer board here. we'll start packing things in. We'll have probably another 10 minutes or so on the water as we pack stuff up, bring in our lines. But I'm not sure where or when our next stream will be. I'm kind of thinking about maybe July, 4th of July. I have no idea what the weather is going to be doing 4th of July. So it is very tentative. One last look. That's the SoCal Special, the saltwater squid that he sent over. We caught 2 pike off of this today. We've missed a couple of bites, but it did produce fish. So again, thank you SoCal for graciously sending over some interesting stuff for us to try out. I always love to try new stuff. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. I think these guys could potentially be a wild card in the future here for some decent fish. Oh. Do you sell the pikes? No, it's you have to have a commercial fishing license and some other stuff to commercially sell fish in the state of Montana. And I've never heard of anyone selling pike. I don't know the legality of that one. I know certain species, bait fish, can be collected. But no. Today was all catch and release. We did not keep any. Most of them were caught much earlier in the day. And I prefer not keeping fish in my cooler all day long. If and when I do harvest, I often will harvest at the end of the day rather than the beginning of the day. I was hoping we could get one more so I could bring it home. Fresh pike sounds freaking awesome right now. Honestly, anything sounds awesome right now. I'm freaking starving. I'm hoping there's Mia made some really good beef stew the other night that's been simmering in the slow cooker. I'm hoping there's one bowl of it left when I get home, but it was pretty good, so I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't exist anymore. But we did successfully catch a handful of pike here using the planer boards today, which is always cool. I fold my flag down. I take a rubber band and just tie it down. Makes it a little easier, a little bit more compact to store. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up our trolling motor here. We're just kind of spinning in circles here as I pack stuff in. Give me a sec here, guys. I'm just bringing in the trolling motor and getting it. Oh, dang. It still is. Come in all the way. There you go. Just securing the trolling motor down here so it doesn't flop around in transport. All right, let's see here. Almost good to go. All right, everything's put up. We're gonna do maybe like a 3 to 5 minute burn around here. We've been trolling for hours on and off. We're gonna blow the gunk out of our motor here a little bit. I like to run it out, not wide open throttle, but a bit of throttle here. Rock and roll next time, Captain. I appreciate you. So pretty up here. All right, we're just easing on into the ramp here. Like a glove. All right. Bring us back a little bit. All right, y'all, we are back where we started. Please enjoy the freaking incredible view back there. Look at that. Good Lord. Let me get strapped up to the dock here. Like I said, the moment we get to the boat ramp, everything calms down, the wind dies. It looks like that might actually blow over us. Oh, man. All right, all right, all right. Woo. What do y'all think? Was it a good day or was it a good day? Good day, well done. I appreciate that, Ted. I feel like it was a good day too. Oh, there's the rain. We should probably not gawk here for too long, but y'all see this back there? Come on. Isn't that pretty? They're gonna pretend I'm a photographer here. We're gonna try and take some, oh God, that's pretty. I love it. Gonna take some thumbnail photos. All right, I'm not a photographer. I just play one on TV. Ever see a sunset on Lake Michigan? I don't think I have, no. Any day on the water is a great day. Send some of those pictures. Hallmark, I bet they'll pay for. I've got some really, really crazy good photos of sunsets and sunrises here at a lot of Montana water bodies. Fish whistle had me fall asleep for a bit, guessing you haven't. No, we got stuck at 8. We hit a speed bump, which turned into be a wall. And we didn't get any more. Isn't that pretty though? I just love how you have like the light, you know, with such dark, but the water, I don't know. She's pretty. All right. You guys want to, should we stick with the sunset view, or do you guys want to make fun of me at how bad I am at backing my trailer into the water body? Which sounds more exhilarating, peaceful, enjoyable. Power off. Whatever gets that fish. Freedom, we're done for the day. We caught 8. It's been hours since we've caught anything. We got a weather, as gorgeous as it looks over here, it looks this direction, it's gnarly. We got a weather system that's moving in that's about to dump a whole bunch of rain on us. So we're done for the night. Easier to back up trailer without an audience. Yeah, I need to get another rig for my phone that I can easily flip my camera around. When I had it on my dash, you guys could still see shit, but where it's at right now, when I flip it around in the phone holder, this is what you guys see. It's not, you see the Starlink Mini. So I've kind of broke my ability to flip the screen around. I usually have to wedge it up somewhere to get that view. Next time, bring snacks. We will try and remember that. Remember when back in the trailer, you always make massive correction instead of tiny? Yes. And the moment it starts looking like it's going the wrong direction, hitting the gas helps. Just go fast. It'll straighten out. All right, we're gonna go grab the trailer. You guys enjoy this frickin' Montana Rocky Mountain front sunset. We're parked right here. It'll be just a few minutes to get the boat down here. Oh shit, we got a pike in the water right over here. God damn it. About the same size we've been catching. Man, he's in the shallow weedies over here. All right, we're over it. We caught our fish for the day. let's get this shit on the road before we get rained on here. I think 6 inches of water in the bottom of the boat is probably plenty for the day. We don't need to add to it. Oh. God, the water levels are so high here. All right, let's get her on the trailer and get this shit show on the road. All right. We're good. Let's get her strapped down. Not the most graceful launch or trailering, but it'll do. It'll do, pig. It'll do. Oh, Nope. All right. All right, y'all, we're gonna pull her back on shore and get everything strapped down. Snagged downrigger balls in my younger learning years. That would be scary. All right, be right back, you guys. Oh, here comes the wind, guys. That storm is almost, I don't know if you guys can see it back there, but it is almost on us. I think we chose to get out of the water at just the right time. Hopefully I can get everything packed up here before it actually dumps on us. Close the gas tank. Put our boat straps back on. Turn off our power. Boat strap. All right, let's pull our boat plug. Drain out all this damn water. Man, that's a lot of water. Connect. Oh, good Lord. God, that dumped a lot of water on us today. I had no idea we had so much water in the back of the boat. Crazy. All right, you guys, stream's gonna die for a minute. I have to switch it over to the truck. We will be back in just a few minutes. Oh, come on. All right, you guys, we are back. Rod, don't get eaten by a grizz. Potter will be pissed. I missed it. He's not done telling tall tales about me fighting bears. He's writing an epic eulogy about it. King Kai 145, welcome back. How you doing, buddy? We had a slow end of the night. We didn't get a whole lot of bites after it pissed rain all over us, but that's all right. Flip this around. All right, you guys. We are 90-minute drive back to town. You guys can experience the wonder of the world's longest, bumpiest dirt road. There is a little bit of light, so you guys can kind of see how desolate it is between here and the next closest resemblance of I don't even know, society, civilization. But thank you guys for tuning in. This is the second part of our marathon stream here today. We had to kill the first part after 12 hours. It started getting all wonky on us. I don't know if we caught anything in the last. I don't think we did. This whole part 2 of our stream has been a bullshit mission from the start. But we did have fun. It's been beautiful out here. A little soggier than I hoped, but can't complain too much. Somebody give me a thumbs up. Can you hear me and see the camera all right? Let me know. All right, we're back again. Sorry about that, guys. Starlink was being dumb. What's up, Lee? Yeah, I needed to reboot the Starlink. Normally, before I start moving, I like to let the satellite sit for a little bit, get connected, it stabilizes, and then I start moving. And I think as soon as I started moving, I bumped the power and I couldn't get it to reconnect until I had to stop for a couple of minutes and let it find the satellite. Come on, Elon, do better. Right. We're on the road again, though. We have probably about 17 miles of dirt road till we hit Shoto. And then we'll go through Shoto, and then we have about another 6 or 7 miles of road construction, so back to dirt roads again. So out of the 55 miles from here to where I live, 25 of it is dirt road. Mia, are you still in here? If so, is there still any stew left? If not, I guess I'll probably make a breakfast burrito. Hopefully there's stew. Sounds so good. A giant bowl of beef stew with a bunch of added pepper. No, she wants Mexican again. Damn it. We don't even go by that Mexican restaurant. We don't go through Great Falls on the way from Pishkun. Good try though, Carl. Good try. Man, I wish somebody just filthy rich would buy a piece of property out here next to Pishkun and then pave this whole road. That'd be super sweet. Okay, thanks, bye. I don't mind driving dirt roads so much. I just hate pulling the boat trailer down dirt roads. My truck kicks up so much rock and gravel and bullshit. And so much of it ends up in the boat or plastered to the side of the boat. Then everyone would go there. That's true. That's true, 88. It's painful. 19 miles doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. And the road this year actually is not as bad as it's been previous years. It'll get terrible throughout the season, though. People rut the shit out of it. Every time it rains, everybody and their brother comes down it, so it doesn't stay flat for very long, and it seems like they only grade the road out here every few years. And they did towards the end of last year, they spent a good amount of time regrading and trying to re-gravel and fix some of this road. So it's not too bad yet. It's still painful though. 19 miles here, another 6 outside of Shodo. It's just rough. Talking with Elon's assistant. Tell him we require extra bandwidth and perfect signal for our streams out here. It's of utmost importance, and I don't want to pay any more for it. In fact, I'd like to pay less. You tell Elon's assistant to give us more and expect less. That's what we need. Paved roads attract stupid people. I mean, that is a good point. Like this hill here, the washboards get so bad on it that sometimes you go up and down it and it literally shudders you so bad that you almost end up in the ditch. You'll shudder all the way across the road from one side to the other. And I'm not even going fast. I'm doing like 15 miles an hour. It's just pure washboard. And it's pretty goddamn steep too. Says you need to pay $100 more. Man, it's so expensive now. $175 a month for the mobile plan. God, that wind is really starting to pick up, you guys. We skedaddled out of there at the absolute perfect time. I should stop and pan the camera over. The whole lake is covered in water. In fact, let me show you. Just to show you guys what the party we just missed. That's where we just came from. That's the mountain in the background. CB, we're in north central Montana. We are just leaving Pishkun Reservoir. Look at that. That's where we just came from. It is just torrential downpour over there. Definitely don't need any of that in my life right now. Looks like perfect weather for a small flat bottom boat, right? God, that looks nasty over there. That swooped in there quick. It looked like for a moment it was gonna pass, but it did not. It just dumped right where we just left it. We actually have 2 more vehicles behind me. Here's one that's gonna pass. I won't let him pass. They are also escaping the nasty weather, it looks like. Is this construction going towards freezing? Yes. What is it? A little ways after you leave Fairfield and head towards Shodo. Well, the 6 miles south of Shodo, in between Freeze Out and Shodo, is they have the whole road tore up. It looks like they might be turning it into a 4-way section of highway there. It's peeled up. They have the road like all the way torn up. Ditches full, or ditches have been widened. A whole bunch of fills been brought in. You'll see it here in a little bit. They wrecked that shit. So yeah, it turns 19 miles of dirt road, which is normal between here and where I live, into 25 plus foot of dirt road. And honestly, the construction dirt road is even worse than this road. My dumbass would have pulled my boat into a cove and tried to ride it out and ended up as an artificial reef on the bottom of the lake. Yeah. No, some days you just gotta trust your gut. And as we were pulling away from that storm, I'm like, it looks like it's moving faster. And it looks like it might be headed right towards us. Might skip us, but more looking like it's gonna head towards us. And yeah, I'm glad that we made that call. We are done. This is the first 5 miles roughly of the dirt road. We got about another 14 till Shodo. A few more cattle guards. Nothing like old Montana bumpy road. Love it. Yeah, this isn't as bad as some of the roads that I've been on in this area, but some years it gets really gnarly. Like I said, the biggest reason that I hate it is I kick so much shit. I need bigger freaking mud flaps or something on my truck. By the time I get home or from home to the water body, I have half a pound of gravel in the goddamn boat. It's busted, you know, my marker lights. I run these, I don't run highway tires. I run an all-terrain, more on the beefy side of tires, and they pick rocks up and they fucking throw them. Billiard, how was the fishing? Windy here, but good. It really mixed today. The first 3 hours, it was nothing. We had like 2 hours where the bite really turned on and we got into the fish. We landed our first 5 in those 2 hours. Then it rained on us for 2 hours, which absolutely killed the bite. As soon as it stopped raining, like almost the minute that the rain stopped, the bite turned back on for like an hour. We caught 3 more fish, lost like 3 or 4 more. And then the sun came out and the bite died again. And it was pretty much dead for the whole last 5-6 hours we were there. There was really nothing. A couple of smacks. But we ended up landing 8 good-sized pike. We lost 1 frickin' fat pike. Lost a few other random fish, but overall a good day. I was not expecting miracles out here today. I was really just seeing if the late spring, early summer bite had started here yet, and it does look like it's definitely transitioning. And the fishing should be getting real good here in the next few weeks. I would expect it to pick up even better. But overall, very satisfied. We've been here 2 times this year, just too early in the year, and the bite was just off. We couldn't catch nothing. We caught 1 pike out of like 20 plus hours of streaming. And today, in our first 8 hours, we landed 8 fish. So not a great bite, but it was on. They were actually biting, which is what I was looking for. Won't hit it coming from Augusta. They just finished the bridge going towards Sims. Did they finish that transition? That when I went to Willow Creek the last time, I had to take the damn detour around because the cut across from Augusta was closed with the road construction. But no, if you go the Augusta way, you'll miss it. Looks airy outside. It's nice. Again, it's been sprinkling rain on and off. I love when weather gets gloomy like this. It's some of my favorite weather. It just doesn't make for great fishing usually. It's the first time you see me catch a pike. Oh, you missed it. The last two streams we did here from Pishkun last year were freaking incredible. We boated over 30 fish both days. Probably close to 100 fish on the end of the line. We lost 2 or 3 for every one we landed. It was just ridiculous. That's one of the reasons that I'm running the snubbers now, even on my pike rods. But yeah, this is kind of the water body. When I go pike fishing, this is where I come. This is where I catch most of my pike throughout the year. I struggle at a lot of the other water bodies trying to catch pike oftentimes. I just haven't figured them out yet. Again, like here, I've been fishing, multiple years. I have 2, 3 good spots that I know, depending on the time of the day, that usually one of them is gonna produce some fish. A lot of the other water bodies that I fish for pike, there's areas that I've marked, I've hooked up one here or there, but no real clusters yet that I can really dial into. Damn goat path, it is. Audio check. Let me swipe out and back in. All right, testing. Can you guys hear me? SoCal, let me know if you can hear me now. Saw that neon green squid machine. I knew it'd catch a pike. Yeah, that's what I told him. The moment I pulled it out of the box, I'm like, yep, we'll catch some pike on that. We did run it for over an hour the last time we were here and didn't get anything off of it. We got some catch camera footage of it at least. No, we ran that at Pishkun, that's right. No, I mean Holter. I don't think we ran that here last time. That was Holter we ran it at. Northwest, yeah. Oh, you can hear me now? I'm assuming that's what the yeah is for. Anyone else's mouth water when you pass a cow on the side of the road? I immediately think freaking beef short ribs and ribeyes. Thought you ran that. Yeah, that was SoCal. I was remembering incorrectly. We were talking about running at Pishkun, but today was the first day we ran it here. We ran it for like an hour at Holter just to get some catch cam footage of it. Not really expecting it to catch anything. And it didn't. Need to write it all down in a book. The way you can remember what was used where. Yeah. Now, I was thinking about that the other day, that I really should keep a better logbook. I did try today to post more of my catches on FishBrain. That gives, again, the location on the lake, the temperature, the way that the wind was blowing, a marker on the map of where the picture was taken. I just need to get in a better habit of snapshotting, even if it's a crappy picture, just a picture of every fish so I can get the metrics on it. But the good thing is I do now have live footage, video evidence of most of our fishing trips. So at any point in time in the future, I could scroll back through my my YouTube channel and look at different water bodies and see when it was posted, how we did, what we ran. Grilled marinated top round steak. Grilled it for a couple of days tonight. And barely not vegetarian. I haven't had a round in a while. Round are a cheaper cut, but they're still good. I still would eat the shit out of a round right now. I would devour that shit. Oh, bumpy. Now, I would absolutely kill for a fat, bloody steak to be waiting for me when I got home, with a nice plate of grilled asparagus, either a nice fat baked potato or some diced potatoes fried with butter and garlic. Oh God, man, I'm hungry. I'm starving, y'all. We have maybe a little less than an hour, I think, till we get back home. I'm gonna be quickly backing the boat into the shop and going and feasting on something. NWPA, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. Cheaper cut, but you marinate it and grill slow. Yeah, cooked right, they can be an excellent steak. Sometimes they're super tough, but it really depends. Again, the slow cook, the marinade, oftentimes will help. I've tried, meat tenderizer and, the hammer and beat the piss out of it. Sometimes that'll tenderize it. You can take the worst damn cut of meat imaginable, and if you slow cook it, it'll fall apart, and it'll all be like butter. Oh, bumpy. Here's where the bad part of the road is. And after shaking the camera all around. Yes, there was grilled asparagus. Oh, man. God, that sounds so good. I cook it really simply. I cook it almost like I cook my fish. I go double layer aluminum foil and make a little pouch, kind of a little boat out of it. I put down like half a stick of butter, cut it into slices, and just layer a layer of butter. Throw a whole package, a good fistful of asparagus down. A shitload of cracked pepper on it. A tiny bit of garlic salt on it. Just a couple of little tappies. And then just a small spritz of a lemon or a lime. And then I put a couple of more chunks of butter on top, and I wrap it up. Just kind of pinch seal the top together, and I throw her on the Blackstone, and I slow roast it. Usually for upwards of an hour. I turn one side of the grill on, and one side of the Blackstone on, and then I put the tinfoil pouch on the other side, the opposite side of the Blackstone that I turned on, and rotate it like every 15 minutes to half hour. I just slow roast it. And my favorite is when it gets slightly charred. You get a little bit of burnt crisp on the bottom layer of them, and oh God, it is just freaking delicious. And what makes it even better is if towards the end of that, you open the pouch up and throw on just a thin layer of sharp cheddar, and let that kind of bake onto it. Gets a little bit crunchy. Oh my God, that sounds good. Please make something delicious for the tired fisherman. Bro is slightly ominous cloud chasing. Yeah, we are not cloud chasing right now. We are cloud escaping. The water body that we've been fishing all day, we pulled out a little early. I was gonna fish until just a little after sundown to see if we could catch a dusk bite, and we pulled our boat out at just the right moment. We got probably a mile or so, maybe a little bit further away from the water body, and I panned the camera back around, and what's in front of us, it looks like 10 times worse. Just torrential downpour. We pulled out at just the right time. But yeah, we've been surrounded by storms today. We've had a good pocket of time that we didn't get dumped on, but we did get dumped on for a couple hours earlier today. It was a bit of a rough day out fishing. Surprised you haven't bit the bullet and bought a smoker yet. I really need to, SoCal. It's on my to-do list. Oh, that is a good idea. I really should. What was the final number? We ended up with 8. We didn't really get anything the last... I think our last fish landed was at like 2 or 3 this afternoon. The whole last half of the day was... We had a couple of drive-bys, a couple of little smacks at the lures, but nothing solid. Once the sun came back out, the bite just died and it never really turned back on. So we ended up with the 8 pike, 1 monster lost, probably 6 or 7 smaller ones lost. Not the most productive day, but we did catch some decent fish. It was fun. I have Blackstone with 4 burners. Dude, it makes some awesome fried rice. I never make food for a bunch of people, so I'm always using just half of it. Yeah, same here. I just use 1/2 of it. It's normally me cooking for myself, or me, Mia, and the kiddo. And I never, it's probably weird, I have a Blackstone and I never cook on the grill itself. I have a couple of nice older seasoned cast iron pans, and I put my cast iron pan on the Blackstone and I cook almost everything in cast iron pan, unless it's one of my little aluminum foil, burrito boats, which I will put directly on the Blackstone. I just use it as a giant burner. If you get a smoker and you do porterhouse or ribeye on there, no other way will ever be good for you. Yeah, my buddy, he smokes stuff, but his favorite way to cook everything is his sous vide. You're basically cooking everything in a pouch inside of boiling water. And he's made a few things that I've tried out of his sous vide, and it is excellent. Yeah, smoked shit, there's nothing. Smoked meat is chef's kiss. That's top tier. I should pick one up. I need to get a smoker, and I need to get a vacuum sealer. So I can, when I harvest, more than one fish, that I can properly prepare it for freezing. I just Ziploc baggy everything now, and they never last in the freezer for very long. Excuse me. Let's talk about whales. Trip, I don't know a goddamn thing about whales. What can you tell us about whales? Screen double tapped, enjoy the road. Appreciate you, Hollywood. We have just maybe a mile or so, and we have escaped our first part of the dirt road. We will get a little bit of pavement as we drive through Shoto. And then we're on another 6 miles of dirt road after that. Appreciate you, Hollywood. Thanks for stopping through. Stop back through. I think we will probably be, tentative plan is I'm going to try and stream again on or before 4th of July. So stay tuned. We might be back either at Pishkun or Tiber or somewhere around here, maybe Ackley Lake. We're going to try and do another marathon on 4th of July, so next Saturday. Do sous vide. Sous vide is okay if it's seared afterwards. He did say some of the stuff that he would sear it afterwards. You slow cook it and cook it through, and then get a good char on it afterwards. Cook a steak over an open fire. It's excellent. Yeah, the carcinogens, anytime you burn something, it's terrible for you. It's carcinogenic and it likely can or will cause cancer. But good God, does it taste good. I don't know why burnt stuff tastes good, but my taste buds love it. I don't like shit that's incinerated, but get a good, nice char. Again, asparagus, the steak, the ribs. Hell, the short ribs, I prefer them that way with almost a thick crust on it. They're usually so fat freaking cut. You gotta them outside to get the inside anywhere away from purple and almost mooing. Rosalie with the party hat. How you doing, Rosalie? Welcome to the stream. I'm missing some chats here. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to drive and keep up. Porterhouse on the smoker at 180. 2 hours. Melts like butter. Oh, God. Damn it, y'all. I am so hungry. It's been a fun chat. Gotta go. All right, Travis. Thanks for stopping through, buddy. Appreciate you behaving today. Thank you. We'll catch you on the next one, buddy. Long day tomorrow. That's why I gotta go. Makes sense. We'll catch you on the next one, man. I really enjoy that burned metal meat taste. Yeah, some people hate it. I enjoy a good char on my meat when I cook it. Mrs. SoCal did not like steak when I met her, and first time she came over for dinner, I made smoked porterhouse. Now she asks for it all the time. That's funny because Mia was experimenting with vegetarian, vegan. I think her mom is a healthy diet like that. She doesn't like to eat meat. So Mia, prior to meeting me, I don't know if she ever had, you know, a good steak or ribs. And if she did, it wasn't very often. So I got her hooked. She loves steak and ribs. She cooks hot pot. She sets up her little grill and cuts thin slices of steak and shrimp and all sorts of stuff, and she just sits there and gorges on it, cooking every little piece of meat one by one. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize what they're missing out, and I think that's anybody who is vegan or vegetarian. I bet you a good portion of them have just never. Oh, we got deer trying to run into the road here. Josie J, if you're here, we almost filled your tags. SoCal, you can fill yours while we're at it. All of those just jumped and tried coming out in the road. God damn, there's like 5 or 6 of them over there. Seems like not dark skies. Yeah, we get a lot of dusk light here. Somebody was in the stream earlier and was commenting that, you know, later in the year, days get the longest. It can be 11 p.m., 11:30, almost midnight sometimes, and it's still daylight out here in central Montana. Crazy. Whoa, stay on our side of the road there. Experimenting with vegetarianism. Yeah, again, a lot of people, you know, they don't reasons they think it's helping them, which the reality is for most people it's not. You don't get, you know, a lot of the different things that are in meats anywhere else, even through supplements. Some people do it, you know, as a form of protest. I mean, I get it. People hate animal cruelty. People think it's weird or unfair for us to raise animals to then harvest and eat them. I mean, the reality is that's part of life. anywhere you look in our ecosystem, something is eating something else that usually then gets eaten by something else before something else eats that. And then it dies and a whole bunch of other things eat that. And I mean, that's life. So I'm a firm believer in, being respectful of the animals, understanding that you are taking a life to eat something else, not wasting stuff. And being as humane as possible when harvesting things and raising things, because it is truly another life, and life should be respected no matter what kind of life it is. But I think truly the bulk of them that are vegans or vegetarians have probably never had a good steak, never had a good seafood platter. They just don't know what they're missing. Some of them do, I'm sure. But I suspect the majority of them just simply don't. Animal cruelty is not cooking them properly. There you go. Later, Travis. Rod, I dated a vegetarian for 5 years. You're preaching to the choir. I know what I was thinking. Girl was nuts. I know what you were thinking. She was hot. Oftentimes, hot comes with crazy and a whole bunch of other not ideal traits, but sometimes you gotta put up with a little bullshit to Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I mean, people do what they do. You're gonna eat what you're gonna eat. I'm gonna eat what I'm gonna eat. I don't judge people as long as you're not judging me. I ain't gonna give you shit about you sitting over there eating tofu all day and trying to make everything you eat taste like meat. As long as you're not gonna, give me shit about going out and eating everything that moves or... Oh, there's another deer. Goddamn deer. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know whether he's coming or going. He just fell off the side of the road here. Super deep ditches here. This is all road they tore up. I don't know what they're doing with this project. If they're widening the road, if they're just resurfacing, if they're rerouting, but it is fucked up. For the absolute knockout bombshell woman out there, there's a dude that's sick of putting up with their bullshit. So, Cal, that is indeed the truth, my friend. That is the truth. There comes a point in time where it just ain't worth it. Go to bed, Travis. Yes, Travis. You're leaving, remember? We'll catch you on the next one, Travis. Yeah, this road is way bumpier than the dirt road to Pishkun. It crosses back and forth from the left side to the right side. You have oncoming traffic that's coming through here too as well, which makes it even sketchier. Oh God. Alright, we're back to some pavement. I think it lasts for 100 yards or so, and then we're back to no road again. Oh, bumpies. Ooh, sloppy, muddy mess there, too. That sucks. Oh, that's gonna be all over the boat. Oh, my voice is hashed, y'all. Started streaming at 6 a.m. this morning. Now 10 p.m. So we've been streaming for 16 hours, guys. Once we get past the end of this dirt road and get back onto pavement, we have about 35 miles of pavement that the speed limit is 65 or 70 miles an hour. So we'll have a half an hour left to get home after we get past this road construction here. We got a couple more miles of it, I think. Axology, I appreciate the gift there. What is that, the star? Thank you, buddy. Welcome, welcome. We are all done fishing for the night. We had two parts to the stream today. We fished Pishkun Reservoir, north central Montana. One of my favorite places to target northern pike. Oh God, we had a fat. I'm sad that we did not get that big one in today. It was a hog. That would have been a really nice catch. Oh God, there we go. Bumpy, bumpy. Yeah, I gotta Google and figure out what the hell they're doing with this road here. I'm sure there's something posted about this project. It looks like, I think they might be widening it to 4 lanes instead of 2, but I don't know. It's such a weird place to widen the road. Getting darker here still. Silver Gray with a $9.99 super chat. Let's go. Thank you, Silver Gray. Gas for driving on the shitty road. I appreciate you. Thank you for your continued support. All of y'all that support the channel, y'all are awesome. At the end of the month, all I'm looking for is try and cover the Starlink mini costs. If there's any left over, it does usually go to put a little bit of gas in the boat or the truck, to buy worms. It all goes straight back into fishing. We're not looking to really make money off the channel here. This is not a business for me. This is purely a hobby, and I thoroughly enjoy bringing y'all along for the adventures. So thank you, Silver Gray. I appreciate you. NFO with the dollar. Heck yeah. Every dollar helps, y'all. Again, it's 175 bucks a month for the Starlink. Another 80 bucks a month for the freaking Verizon plan for the phone. And then usually we come out here and stream. So like, for example, I filled up the truck gas tank, 100 bucks. I put 5 gallons of gas into a half-empty boat. You know, that's another 25 bucks. It's so goddamn expensive. Everything these days is. You can't leave the goddamn house without dropping a couple of Benjamins. So, thank you guys. And, it's nice to be able to pay for the Starlink and not have to go out of pocket for that. So I'm glad you guys enjoy the stream enough to kick a few bucks over this way. Very much appreciative. Woohoo, Silver and Northwest coming in hot. Heck yeah. Oh, and we hit 5,000 subs today in our stream. I don't know how far past it we went, but probably not very far. Today's stream was not crazy busy. For whatever reason, the Pishkun streams, people love the pike videos and the pike shorts, but none of our pike streams that we've ever done from anywhere have really had super good views. I think 30K, maybe 32K is the most we've ever had out of one of our pike streams. Most of them are closer to 10 or 20K. Everybody turns out for Holter. People love Holter. People love kokanee fishing, rainbow trout fishing, walleye fishing. Not as much love for the pike, it seems. Which is a damn shame, because it's literally my favorite to target. SoCal put Travis to bed. Thank you, SoCal. I know, I'm just keeping you mindful. We appreciate Keep watching. Thank you, Silver. Well, that is the main reason that I do this. Again, it's not to make money. It's not to be famous. I don't think I will ever reach 100K subs. We're never going to really go viral. But, man, I have an absolute blast bringing y'all out here. Showing you my neck of the woods. Letting you tag along for some and hopefully catch a few fish. At some point, it'd be cool to meet up with some of y'all and fish with you. So I'm glad you guys get enjoyment out of watching, because I definitely get enjoyment out of bringing y'all along. Let me try and catch up on chat. Goddamn bumpy road here. This road is a sagebrush freeway compared to a lot of them. Trailer washboard is normal between annual grading. Yeah, it's hit and miss. Sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's not. You just got put to bed for the night. Every time I take the boat out, it's $300 minimum. I mean, yeah, it's that sucks. I hate that everything is so expensive these days. I mean, I'm lucky enough that I don't really bat an eye at it. I mean, when I want or need something at this point in my life, I pretty much go buy it. I don't really budget for things unless it's a really big purchase. So I'm thankful that I have, you know, a decent enough job, good enough savings that I don't have to fret about money too bad for things like that. But for people who live paycheck to paycheck, yeah, it's a struggle getting out there, having to spend $200-300 every time you want to bring the boat out and fish for a little bit. Like, it's a shame our economy is so goddamn bad these days. It says 5.0 4K subs, nice. Crazy. That puts us, if we're at 5, that's got to be almost 100 subs today, somewhere around 100. Cool. Well, that gives us a little buffer so we don't get dumped back under 5K. Oh, we're almost to the end of this damn road construction. Rock on. What's up, Vernon? Welcome back. Sorry if I'm missing chats here. Oh god, I can't scroll while I'm trying to go over this bumpy road. I'm trying to read everyone, but I am definitely missing shit. Permanent ban. Yeah, I don't ban people unless I feel like they're just truly being racist or, you know, really, really disruptive. Sometimes Travis can be. I get he can be. But every once in a while, he's remotely normal, and I don't know what his deal is. I don't know why Travis is the way that he is, but I try and give him the benefit of the doubt. And some days he's moderately decent. He's been in here a few times where he actually carried on some decent conversations with people, and I hate to boot him out, you know, knowing that he can behave. I don't know. Stand on the bank and fish, and I keep my fish for eating. That's how I afford to fish and don't go broke. There you go. In the future, I'll get a boat and stuff. Yeah, like I said, it's a luxury for me. A lot of people can't afford to bring the boat out and go, you know, run through 10, 15, 20 gallons of gas in the truck, 10 gallons of gas in the boat. You know, bait for the day. A lot of people, it's out of their budget. So I am thankful that I'm comfortable enough, you know, economically that I can do that. And do it not just every great once in a while, but I can do it pretty much anytime I want to. It does hurt counting up all the money that you spend on it at the end of the month, though. It stings. So I just throw my $400 Coleman crawdad in the bed of my truck. It's cheaper. That makes sense. 30-gallon fuel tank. Boat's 32 in the truck. gas is $6 here. Yeah, that's crazy. Now we have like, I think my truck it's like 22 or 23 gallons. And then the boat's like 11. I can fit 12 in there, I think. So between the two, I mean, that's 35 gallons of gas. And when we go more than, an hour and a half away, that's pretty much the whole tank of gas in the truck and usually a tank or more in the boat. And my trolling motor cost $75 at First National Pond. Out of 6 years. Nice. Yeah, and see that's the truth also, is a lot of the stuff, again, the electronics on my boat, you don't need any of that shit. It's all toys. It's all things to make fishing more convenient, easier, less work. So I spoil myself with it. I don't have a whole lot of hobbies in life. I don't spend a whole lot of money on many things in life. I treat myself to good food and fun fishing. I wear ratty ass clothes a lot of the times that I've had for decades. I don't blow money on food. I don't blow a lot of money on entertainment, other than, again, fishing, camping, outdoor stuff. It's what I enjoy doing, and when I enjoy it, I don't cringe as much when I spend the money for it. 5K subs is the point where Akuma may actually give you a sponsorship. Yeah, it's a small threshold. There is a potential for sponsors. I did have one sponsor reach out and offer me a battery. They said they were going to ship it, but that was like 2 months ago, and I never got the battery, so I don't know what the hell's up with that. But I don't know. I'm not really going to do the whole chasing sponsor shit. Like I said, it's not a business for me. It's not really, I'm not looking to get famous. It would be cool to have 100K subs. Getting the old, plaque from YouTube would be kind of cool. But it really, I mean, at the end of the day, I have fun whether I'm streaming to 5 people or 500 people or 5,000 people. Doesn't matter to me. I'm just trying to, as I continue on with the stream, to improve the quality, to get better at, the electronics, the setup, get it more stable, better quality, be able to, have some cool things on my channel that maybe you don't see on a lot of other channels. It's fun for me. It's truly just a hobby. Gotta take a nap. Good night, Travis. Rod caught a rock today. It was a frickin' boulder. We spent 20 minutes trying to wrench our damn crankbait off of the boulder. We did finally pull her up off the bottom. How much fuel are you saving now that you have the trolling motor? Oh, we still have 3/4 of a tank of fuel. I ran normally in a 12 hours. Again, I typically burn somewhere around a gallon an hour, slightly less than a gallon an hour. We trolled for 14 hours today on the water. And probably 3/4 of that time was running the electric trolling motor instead of the gas motor. We went through maybe 1/4 of a tank, maybe a little bit more than 1/4 of a tank. So, I mean, we still have probably 8 gallons of gas out of 12 left. And a typical trip, that would basically all be gone. Usually by the end of our streams, if I don't stop once to fuel up to add more, by the end of the day, we're basically on empty. Maybe, you know, a gallon in the bottom. So that did, I mean, that right there, that's 8 times, I mean, it's like $5 a gallon for premium here. That's 45, 50 bucks. Which definitely does help. You start adding that up, you know, once a week, 2 to 3 times a week, saving 50 bucks every time. You know, at once a week, that's 200 bucks a month. 2 times a week, it's 400 bucks a month. If we fish three times a week, that's 600 bucks a month. It's not an insignificant amount of money. Big fan of fishing, and this is the only live stream fishing channel I watch. Well, Silver, that's awesome. I'm always flattered, you know, that you all actually enjoy it. I try, like I've always said, I try and make it as inclusive as possible for the people that are joining. You're not just watching some dude fish. I mean, there's thousands of those channels on YouTube. You can go scroll from my channel right now, and in the next 5 minutes, you'll probably pass through at least 2 or 3 channels of people fishing. Most of them, they don't engage with you. You have no idea where they're at. Unless you want to hang out for an hour or 2 hours or 5 hours to see what they're catching. Oftentimes, you'll never even know what the hell they're fishing for. And I like to make the streams not about me, but about the fishing. I think that's what a lot of people enjoy about it. You know, feeling like you're part of the adventure, you know what's going on, why we're doing what we're doing. Even if you don't agree with our rationale, you at least know why we're fishing, how we're fishing. So I try to be a little different than everything else that I watch. That's not to say that there aren't other good fishing channels out there. There are lots of them. But for every good one you find, there's 10 that suck. And they're not enjoyable to watch for any length of time. It blows me away. I can't believe how many of you actually hang out for 8 hours, 10 hours, 15 hours when we stream like this. That I think is the biggest thing that just blows my mind. $300 Ultra. Oh, damn it, I'm missing stuff. Traded your mag and scope for my boat, 6-horse Suzuki. That's not a bad trade, Ed. Not a bad trade at all. Traded my Skeeter bass boat for a 2008 Honda 450 dirt bike when I was young and dumb, still kicking myself for it. You traded the wrong way, NW. James Kramer, should I troll more braid fishing line? A lot of that boils down to personal preference. I have a preference for braid. The old timers, the people that have been trolling for years and years and years, and a lot of people, depending on where you're at in the U.S., a lot of people in the Northeast tend to prefer more old school methods of trolling, monoline. Some people have switched to plain fluoro. I don't like losing gear, and I don't like getting fish broke off. So I fish with braid. 65-pound mainline on my planer board rods, 27-pound braid on my lead core rods. I fish with oversized, fluorocarbon leaders. I fish for the big fish. We rig up for, that monster you might hook up on, once in a lifetime. That's how I fish. That's how I rig my stuff up. But again, we spent 20 minutes today, a perfect example, 20 minutes hung up, my favorite pike lure, hung up on a rock, a giant boulder, and we didn't lose the lure, we didn't bust our line, we lifted a boulder off of the bottom of the lake to retrieve our crankbait. And you're not doing that with mono or fluoro, you're only doing that with braid. So I love braid. I think the advantages of braid in a lot of circumstances, not for everything. There are some scenarios where mono or fluoro might make sense to run as your main line. But every rig, you will not pick up any pole in my collection that doesn't have braid on it. Most of them have a fluoro leader of some sort, but I run braid on everything. I don't do mono. I don't do any of the other weird, like, in-between synthetics. We run straight braid, lead braid, and fluoro leaders on everything. But it really, a lot of it comes down to preference. There's no right or wrong way to fish. I try to engage with chat as much as possible in my live stream, but when you're bass fishing, it gets really difficult. Now, 100% SoCal, and that's why, again, I tell everybody, every time somebody comes in and asks me to jig, or, you know, why we're not casting crankbaits, or throwing this, or throwing that, you'd have better luck if you were anchored up over doing this. I try and explain that there's a valid reason why I don't do a lot of fishing like that when I'm streaming. And it's because it's hard to engage with chat. It's hard enough. I babble so much to begin with that if I don't actively try and keep up with chat, I never catch up. But that's where SoCal, I know you don't have a lot of experience trolling, and I know the water body, your home lake that you like to fish the most is real super snaggy. You might want to try, once you get your boat going again, to find another water body within your vicinity that trolling might be a little bit more productive for you. So you can just see for the hell of it if, you know, switching up your fishing method does help you retain more viewers over time. Traded my boat for an X5. That's a bad trade, Travis. I gotta go grab my minnows and get them on an aerator before I forget and change my deep cycle trolling battery. Northwest, go prep, man. Go get yourself ready to catch some fatties. Good luck, buddy. We're probably 25 minutes out from the house. I'm still starving here. I'm still trying to catch up on chat. Mono is meant to stretch some, so you need to cut it every now and then, or it breaks off. Yeah, my biggest problem with mono is it stretches, but it's not like a rubber band that it goes back to where it came from. Once you stretch mono, it's stretched. You have pulled those polymers, and it doesn't really go back to where it was. So you damage big chunks of, or weaken big chunks of your line, getting snagged up on things. I don't know, it's just, you can't fit nearly as much line on a reel, so you have to have way, way bigger reels to be able to fit, you know, a good amount of line on there. Noticed Friday on the rental boat that I can set up my camera different and actually bath fish and pay attention to chat. Oh, that's good, SoCal. Yeah, and that's something you just gotta, the more you stream and the more you tweak your setup, you'll realize shit. I mean, I've switched my camera setup, my pole setup, you know, how I stream on the boat 3, 4, 5 times now, and I'm still not completely satisfied with it. I'm always trying to tweak. That's like what I said, is the longer that I stream, I'm really, above all, yeah, it's cool to get new subs, it's cool to, you know, get more people watching, but I'm trying to improve the quality. Every time I come out, I am tweaking different things and testing new things. So we're always trying to improve. Why are you timing out Travis? He's actually being normal. Yeah, he's not super bad right now. He's been a little annoyingly. He's been in here half a dozen times in the last hour saying he needs to go to sleep. He has to go to sleep. He's got to get up early tomorrow, and he feels like he's going to miss a UFO. And he keeps repeating the same shit over and over. But yeah, he's been mild tonight compared to lots of other times. The rental boat is basically your boat, bare bones version, so I set up the tripod up in my tackle bag and just fishing off the bench at the stern. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's a different layout than your boat. It did look fairly similar to how my boat is laid out. You don't have as much of a bow deck, but yeah, I think probably much more closer to my boat layout than yours. Normal for trout standards. There you go. Good clarification there, Lee. You remember me from this morning? Yeah, what's up, Mason? Welcome back. We're just at the tail end of our stream here. We got another 20, 25 minutes. Probably closer to 20 minutes, I think, till we get home. It was such a fun day out there. I'm so glad we finally caught some pike. I'm a little bummed we didn't catch one at the end of the day so I could take it home to eat. Silver Gray's photo always messes me. It looks like a bulletproof vest. Are you done fishing? Mason, yeah, we fished for 14 hours today. We got the boat out of the water a little bit before dusk. I wanted to stay until dusk and fish a little bit, but the weather was coming in. We got the boat out just in the nick of time, and we didn't get drenched again. I don't know whether I should go fishing in the morning or take the dirt bike out. Retired guy problems. Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of that would depend on how hot it's going to be tomorrow. Neither of them sound particularly fun if it's going to be 100 degrees. Town Pump Chicken Nuggets? That sounds terrible, Ed. Is that good? Town Pump Chicken Nuggets. Just a big bass. I caught crappie fishing right after the ice melted. I don't know whether I read that. I'm going to Norris Lake tomorrow. Mason, what state is that in? Technically, I could do both. Go ride the desert until about 10 a.m. and then go fishing. Yeah, shit, why not? You can also strap a backpack on, grab a rod, and ride your bike to a fishing hole. Do both at the same time. Are you gonna clip all your catches? Burning, normally I go back 24 to 48 hours after the stream ends and renders. I usually will go back and try and add timestamps for all of the catches. So if you go look back through any of my old live streams and look in the description, most, if not all, of catches, big bites, lure changes, anything that's, of any real rewatchability is time-stamped in the description. I would love to go back and clip everyone and post it as a short, but the reality is I don't have the time and patience to do that. If we have memorable moments, like the you're trolling too fast clip, or there was one that, I was reading a comment, it was like, you're never gonna catch stuff going that fast, or the trouser trout. I try and clip out the stuff that's more funny. I don't like, most fishing channels do exactly what you just described. Every catch, they clip it out, it's a short, and they run, a new short every day that's a new catch. They never do well for me. It's not worth the time and the effort for me to spend an hour or 2 hours clipping and editing if I'm only going to get 1,000 views and maybe a sub off of it. So I typically wait for the more memorable, the funny stuff, the on-brand humor for the the channel. That's the stuff that I like to try and clip. Rod is your P.O. box accepting live cats. I just went out and fed all those turds again. I meant to make it to the post office this week to try and see if I could get an $8 a month P.O. box and still get packages to it that go in the key lock. They have like a separate, like, oversized package vault. But I did not make it there. But no, unfortunately, Silver, I do not think they're going to accept live animals through the USPS. I think the only way you can actually legally ship live animals typically is air carrier or train. So no, you cannot pawn off any more of your cats on me. As much as I love the furry little bastards, no, hard pass. North Lake is in Tennessee. Okay, okay. They make really good live bait for giant catfish. Oh god, I'm so far behind in chat. Let me try and catch up here. 12, couple go missing. Catfish. Oh, notice Chinese restaurant in Shelby will take live. God, don't say that, Ed. That's funny, but it's sad because it's probably true. SoCal, they would also make good musky bait. By the way, I sub. Thanks, Mason. I appreciate you subbing to the channel. Hope you've enjoyed popping into the chat here a couple of times today. I don't know when our next stream is going to be. Sometime between now and 4th of July. And if the weather is good, we will probably have a 4th of July marathon stream from somewhere. I haven't decided yet. I should put up a poll on the community page and see what y'all think. Walk your cats. Y'all are funny. Yeah, Ed, the Chinese place. The cat's called Orange Chicken. I fucking love orange chicken. General Tso's chicken. Oh god, that sounds so good right now too. Other than the fact that it is probably also cat. 4th, let's go. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where would be the best place to have an Independence Day. Silver or David, somebody earlier mentioned Ackley Lake. Some frickin' fat tiger muskie action. Wouldn't that would be an awesome fish to land for 4th of July celebration. SoCal, when it's stringy, it's not chicken. That's how you tell, huh? So I got a neighbor that killed all the bass in my neighbor's pond on purpose, and now I can't fish my summer fun. Oh, that sucks, Mason. General Tso's chicken is my go-to to order. Heck yeah, I love that shit. It's always hit and miss. Sometimes it's really, really good and you get tender, edible bites. Sometimes it's basically, it tastes like General Tso's chicken, but it's essentially tree bark with General Tso's flavoring on top. It's completely inedible. Hard, gristly, nasty chunks. I don't know, you never know what you're gonna get. That's Chinese food for you, though. Trying to get you to go to Ackley. Yeah, we need to hit up Ackley. I don't know if we'll do 4th of July there. It really depends on the weather. That's one of those spots that, like, 9 times out of 10, I check the weather. It looks like it's gonna be dog shit there. It is so windy at Ackley. What size trolling rod should I use to troll for rainbow trout. For rainbow trout, you really don't need a special rod at all. You could pick up any rod that you have, your spinner rod, your bait caster rod. My preferred, what I run for my trout rods are medium strength, moderate fast action, and I run them anywhere from 6'7" or 6'6" to 8'6" in length. But most rainbow tend to be on the smaller side. They're not huge fighters until you get into, you know, the 10 plus pound class. So any rod is going to work adequately well for rainbow. You don't need a real special setup for rainbow trout. 4th of July in Vegas for me, flying, Allegiant, out of Great Falls. Nice. Oh, that's right. You said you were going to go down there and have some buffet and smoke cigars, and that sounds fun. What do you get this time of the year? I know from a lot of airports you can get some pretty ridiculously priced Vegas tickets. What are you paying for a round trip from Vegas, from Great Falls? I know out of LA and Orange County, where I was living, LA County, Orange County, there were a bunch of airports around there that you could get round trip tickets for 69, 79 bucks. Just stupid cheap. I like light action for my trout. Okay, so you're even more of a flimsy. See, again, that's my style. I go heavy with everything. The medium moderate fast has enough parabolic bend, enough bounciness to it, that you still land a good number of the fish you get on the end of your line. I just don't want to end up with a 20-pound pike on the end of my rod and using a medium light fast action pole. It's not fun. I promise. Saying earlier about that tournament at Ackley. No, this last the summer derby they didn't catch any. The winter derby that I think was in February there, I think one of them was caught. Towards the tail end of last year, in the fall, there were at least two 50-plus inchers that were pulled out. The problem is, and it freaking drives me crazy, most people that catch the goddamn tiger muskie there throw it on the stringer and take it home. It's like, what the fuck are you gonna do with the tiger muskie? You ain't eating that. It's gross. They're way too big. You can keep one tiger muskie there over 40 inches. So it has to be trophy class in order for you to put it on your stringer. And these bastards are harvesting them. So instead of throwing it back and leaving it for the next person to catch, almost every big muskie tiger muskie that comes out of there ends up on somebody's stringer. In their freezer, they never get it mounted like they say they were going to. They never eat it because it's fucking freezer burnt and it's a fucking 30-pound muskie that who wants to eat that? That's gross. That's a 15-year-old fish that's gonna be mushy and frickin' gamey as hell. So yeah, people just aren't respectful. They don't think about the logistics of it. They just see, this is the biggest fish I've ever caught. It's going on my stringer and I'm bringing it home. And I would not eat a muskie. Yeah, I've never. I would imagine that a tiger muskie or a muskie that's caught in the same size range as, you know, a pike, the 2 to 3 pound, you know, the 18 to 22 inches, maybe 24 inches, probably wouldn't be too bad to eat. Again, if it's prepared properly. I have heard that they can be a bit more gamey than a pike, though I've never eaten either a muskie or a tiger muskie. Probably want to mount them, but not eat a muskie. Muskie taste like pike. And I would imagine, yeah, that's what I've always thought, that is, again, as long as they're on the smaller side, I mean, that's like a a perch versus a walleye versus a zander. They're all basically the same damn fish. It's just one's a little bigger and toothier than the next. I would imagine you could put a pike fillet or next to a muskie, next to a tiger muskie, and as long as they were pulled out of similar temperature water, eating similar fish, prepared, you know, the same, that you probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the three. That's why I don't fish muskie. I fish to eat, not cast 10,000 times to catch 2 or 3 a year. I hear ya. Yeah, no, it's just, that's one of those fish that they're on a lot of fishermen's bucket list, and it's on mine. I've had one attached to the outside of my net twice, but I've never managed to get one on the inside of my net into the boat to get a good picture with it. So we are still on the hunt for our trophy tiger muskie, but 100% that bitch is going straight back in the water. I am not bringing a fat muskie home to eat it. That's just nonsense. That's as ridiculous as seeing the people with, you know, the 500 bluegill under 5 inches on their goddamn stringer, or, you know, a bucket of them. Yeah, I'm gonna take them home and eat them. It's like, no, you're not. That's gonna end up in a ditch somewhere near your house. You're never filleting all that shit. Anyways, y'all, I'm gabbing here. We are almost home. I gotta kill the stream here. Thank you again for joining us. Check for our announcement. We will probably be live sometime before or on 4th of July. Thank you guys. Killing the stream. Go out there, touch some grass, catch some fish, enjoy your lives, y'all. We'll catch you soon.